The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Steve Hartsell. He is a member of the Leadership Sylacauga and serves as chaplain for the Coosa Valley Medical Center. He is the guest of Representative Ben Robbins.
May we pray. Gracious and sovereign God, creator of the universe and of all people, we come before you with gratitude for the privilege of living in a land of freedom. We thank you for the men and women who serve the people of Alabama in this House of Representatives. Today we ask your blessings over these leaders. Grant them wisdom beyond their own courage to do what is right. May they lead with humility, serve with integrity, and remember always the responsibility entrusted to them by the citizens of our great state. May the words of the prophet Micah ever be on our mind and in our heart as we seek to understand what you, Father, require of us. May we act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with you today and each new day to come. God, give each representative clarity amid complexity, unity in the face of division, and strength to carry the weight of leadership. Renew their spirits, protect their families, show mercy to their staff, and Almighty Father, guide their decisions for the good of all who call Alabama home. We ask these things in the name of the risen Savior, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Shannon Preston. She's Executive Director of the Service Dogs of Alabama. We also welcome her service dog, Wyatt.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Almond, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracey, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, Debose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hope, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, Stadhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
Fifty-four members of answering roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Covington, Representative Hammett, for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everybody knows Senator Carnley got hurt in the game last night. He had surgery this morning. I talked to his wife, Valerie, before while we came in, and the surgery went well. So we all need to keep him in our prayers and pray for a speedy recovery.
Thank you, Representative. Certainly need to keep him in our prayers. The chair recognizes Representative Chestnut for a special recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that floor privileges be granted to the coaches and players of the 1A State Championship Robert C. Hatch High School basketball team, as well as Coach Melissa Jones, Boris Hurst, and Lonnie Sigler.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, floor privileges are granted.
So at this moment, I would like to ask for a reading of the resolution.
Gentlemen, welcome to the House of Representatives. Let's give these guys a big hand. Congratulations on your victory. It's kind of, Representative Cheston, this is not easy for me. R.C. Hatch beat me when I was a senior and the junior in the finals of the state championship by 2 points. So, congratulations, guys. Ms. Clerk, let's read the resolution.
Whereas we join the students, coaches, parents, and faculty at Robert C. Hatch High School in celebrating the boys basketball team's Alabama High School Athletic Association Class 1A State Basketball Championship. And whereas on February 27th, 2025, at the BJCC Legacy Arena in Birmingham, the R.C. Hatch Bobcats took down the Brantley Bulldogs 69-67, claiming its 11th AHSAA state basketball title in program history. And whereas the state title was an AHSAA record 11th, as Robert C. Hatch High School now holds the crown for the most state championships in AHSAA boys high school basketball history, they have won state titles in 5 different decades, with titles in 1978, 1985, 1987, 1994, 1995, 5 in a 6-year stretch from 2003 to 2008, and now 2025. And whereas on a team filled with exceptional athletes, several players stood out with their game-changing play. Tournament MVP Isaiah Thomas finished with 17 points and 13 rebounds, and he was 9 of 10 from the foul line. Joining him on the all-tournament team are Theodis Dudley, who added 16 points and 6 rebounds, and Marlon Jones, who had 10 points and 7 rebounds. Jones's emphatic dunk late in the final quarter brought the large crowd to its feet. And whereas R.C. Hatch senior guard Levante Witherspoon was also a notable standout, sealing the victory by sinking 2 free throws with 7 seconds remaining. He finished with 13 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists. And whereas the R.C. Hatch High School boys basketball program has been superbly coached and inspired by head varsity coach Chris Hood and assistant coaches Cedric Benison, Jamal Hunter, and Terry Pope. Under their leadership, the players have broadened their knowledge of the game, refined their skills and execution, and strengthened the school's tradition of superior play and true sportsmanship. And whereas special commendations and appreciation are also extended to scorekeeper Jonathan Jenkins, team trainers Richard Bryant, Demarion Taylor, and Caleb Hood, and team manager A.C. Brown. And whereas the talented members of the R.C. Hatch High School boys basketball team are Marion Jones, Levante Witherspoon, Christopher Clark, Theodis Dudley, Mahari Mayo, Isaiah Thomas, Frederick Wilson, Curtavious Wilson, Jahad Jackson, William Jackson, and Ronzavian Lewis. Together, they proved that R.C. Hatch is back. And whereas the R.C. Hatch High School Bobcats' noteworthy success is a tremendous source of pride for their families, classmates, teachers, Principal Boris Hurst, Assistant Principal Lonnie Ziegler, Athletic Director Melissa Jones, and the entire community, whose dedication and support have played a crucial role in motivating the team. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that the Robert C. Hatch High School boys basketball team and coaches are highly honored and commended on earning the 2025 AHSAA Class 1A basketball championship title, and we hereby dedicate this resolution to them with utmost admiration, along with best wishes for continued success in all future endeavors.
At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Yes,
Recognized for a point of personal privilege.
yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much, and I want to thank this House and its body. I also, at this time, want to recognize a few people. First, I'd like to recognize also my colleague who also shares R.C. Hatch within his district, Mr. Representative Thomas Jackson. I'd like to also recognize Superintendent Smiley, who does such an excellent job with the Perry County Schools. I'd like to recognize the head coach, raise your hand, Coach Hood, who's done a fantastic job with these young men. And also the Mayor Emeritus, Jamal Hunter, who's also assistant coach. And I want to say something about the Hunters. The Hunter Dudley clan, they are responsible. They had a hand in about 10 of the 11 championships. I think, now who's the young Dudley that's on here now? You're Dudley, right? The oldest. So, so out of the 11 state championships, there's been a Hunter or Dudley involved on the team. And I think y'all have heard of the most famous Dudley is Irwin, which is the mayor's nephew, who played for University of Alabama. And so Roll Tide. But they also had Frankie Sullivan, who played for Auburn. You know. And at this time, I want to present this resolution to the head coach. I would like to have a few words from the superintendent, Superintendent Smiley, if you don't mind.
Good morning, everyone. It is indeed an honor and a pleasure to be here. We are elated to be recognized. Thanks to Representative Chestnut, Representative Jackson, and for all of you for what you do, not just for the Perry County school system, but for all school systems throughout the state of Alabama. This is indeed an honor and a pleasure. We are so very proud to be recognized by you, and also we're proud of all of our athletes and scholars, not only at Robert C. Hatch, but this is my opportunity to tout for the Perry County school system as a whole. Thank you again for the opportunity and the privilege.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Representative Chestnut.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I want to also get an opportunity to have an opportunity for the coach, the head coach, to say a few words. But before the head coach says a few words, I want to I don't know, I'm just feeling myself right now. I want to, I thought about when LeBron James went to Miami and he teamed up with Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade, and he said, he talked about the championships that they were going to win, but he was talking about what he thought they were going to win. But R.C. Hatch has actually won them. He said not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, and we go all the way down, and then we get to number 11. And so 11 is a really, really strong number, and I don't know if it's going to be matched for the next 30 or 40 years, if ever then. And I like also say that the players at R.C. Hatch, they're homegrown. They don't go out and recruit and handpick kids from other schools and other districts. They literally get the kids right there in Uniontown. And so, Coach, if you come here and say a few words, we definitely appreciate it.
Good morning. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be here. Again, we'd like to thank Representative Chestnut for the invite, and we'd like to thank everybody that's standing here for accepting us. And I want to recognize my assistant coaches, Coach Benison and Coach Hunter, along with our athletic director, Ms. Jones, and principal, Mr. Hurst. Look, it takes the whole village. We go by this saying that it's amazing what you can get accomplished when nobody cares who get the credit. Again, thank you.
And Mr. Speaker, just one more speaker before we convene. Mayor Emeritus Jamal Hunter.
Good morning. Thank you to the House for accepting us and recognizing us today. Thank you for Representative Chestnut. This is a very special team that we assembled this year. This team faced insurmountable odds. We had a few rough patches this season, but we kept instilling in them to keep believing in yourself, keep fighting every day, because you never know what's at the end of the road. They believed in themselves, and I would like to say this about this team. We traveled throughout the state of Alabama, and everywhere we went, people wanted to know who we are. And so we told them, we are the Bobcats, the mighty, mighty Bobcats. Went to restaurants, people, they always complimented the guys for how well they behaved. At the hotel, they always complimented them on how well they behaved. We're not teaching them just basketball. We're teaching them life lessons. And it's been truly a blessing to be on this team. And I told them earlier, it took me 45 years to get to the House floor. And I do thank them for that. Serving as the immediate past mayor of the city of Uniontown, this team has brought hope back to our city. It has brought hope back to our community. And we pray that we will be back again here on next year as we claim our 12th state championship. Thank you so much, Representative Chestnut.
I want to give a special thanks to Speaker Ledbetter. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for being with us. Let's give them another big hand. Congratulations. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Faulkner, for a moment of personal privilege.
Members, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, we have been talking about our former colleague and our current colleague, former colleague Matt Friday, who's now on the Court of Civil Appeals, and then Anthony Daniels, of course, our leader here and current member with us. And I wanted to give you, Matt has issued a statement today. And so I was going to read that to you guys. This is from Matt. As a pharmacist, my wife Kimberly was quick to identify the seriousness of my chest pain. And because she called 911 when she did, we avoided a very different and unpleasant outcome. I will be forever grateful to the Pelham Fire and Rescue first responders, the emergency room staff, and the Heart South and Shelby Baptist cardiac critical care doctors and nurses whose skills, talents, and knowledge ensured that I survived. Countless Alabamians across the state, ranging from close family friends to complete strangers, have sent messages that they are praying for my recovery. And I know that the surprising progress I have already made is a direct result of God's grace. My heart may have been temporarily weakened, but my will is strong, my mind is sharp, and my determination to heal and help raise our 5 children is mighty. Roughly 805,000 heart attacks occur in the U.S. each year, so my experience is not unique or any more important than the millions of others who have survived and recovered. I am reminded of the words of Jeremiah 17:14, which tells us, "Heal me, Lord, and I will be healed. Save me, and I will be saved. For you are the one I praise." To God be the glory for Matt's recovery. He's still got a road ahead of him, but to God be the glory. What a miracle, and what a difference from a week ago. And our great friend and current member, Anthony Daniels, unfortunately, but the good news is he's out, as we know, out of the hospital and back home. But he shared with me that this really hasn't been much progress, and he's kind of in the same state. So let's continue to pray for our brother, and hope that the doctors can heal him. And that he can be healed. And let's continue to pray for Justice Friday as well. But just want to give you guys an update. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the time. Thank y'all.
Thank you, David, for that update. Judge Hill, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask leave of the House for the Judiciary Committee to meet in your conference room. We've got one bill we need to consider.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, it's granted.
So if you're in the Judiciary Committee, meet me in the Speaker's conference room, please.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are granted. Chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 25th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 24th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle, for purpose of making an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget your online statement of economic interest is due next Wednesday, the 30th. Please pick up your bills from the LSA. They're up there. And don't forget, next Tuesday, the Capitol Commission Bible study is from 11 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. in room 602. Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open for the clerk to complete his paperwork, and we reconvene on Tuesday, April the 29th at 1 p.m.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion prevails. Clerk now receive reports of standing committees and receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 262 by Representative Paramore, commending Troy Regional Medical Center on being named one of the Chartist Centers for Rural Health's top 100 rural and community hospitals. House Joint Resolution number 274 by Representative Mooney, commending James H. Sanford on being inducted into the Cotton Research and Promotion Hall of Fame.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 226 with amendment by Representative Lomax, establishing the Alabama Unmanned Aircraft System Study Commission.
You've got a new amendment?
Yeah, well, it was the amendment in rules, so I need to.
I move for adoption as amended.
All in favor say aye. Hey, Representative Lomax.
Lomax.
You care to explain what the amendment was, please?
The amendment just added new appointment bodies, so the Alabama Attorney General, the Sheriff's Association, Department of Transportation.
All right. Thank you.
House Joint Resolution. Did y'all vote?
Yep, we voted. We've already voted.
House Joint Resolution number 266 by Representative Oliver, celebrating November 5th through 11th as Veterans Week in the state of Alabama.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 273 by Representative Tillman, creating the Joint Interim Study Commission on PTSD and First Responders.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call first local bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 581 by Representative Collins, relating to Morgan County.
Representative Moore, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to carry this bill over.
All in favor of carrying the bill over, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It has been carried over. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 583 by Representative Hall, relating to Madison County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk, one lock machine. The members will vote. Clerk, lock machine. Record the vote. 60 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of 583. Clerk, unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 23 ayes, 0 nays. HB 583 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 585 by Representative Easterbrook, relating to Washington County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 55 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of 585. Clerk unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 8 ayes, 0 nays. 585 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 586 by Representative Wadsworth, relating to the city of Coleman.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 47 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage. Clerk unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 586 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 591 by Representative Ream, relating to Henry County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members shall vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 52 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 15 ayes, 0 nays. HB 591 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 592 by Representative Ream relating to Henry County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 51 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of 592. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 592 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 595 by Representative Wharton relating to the city of New Hope.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 54 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of 595. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 595 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 601 by Representative Baker relating to Escambia County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 51 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 601. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 9 ayes, 0 nays. Bill has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 293 by Senator Price relating to Lee County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 55 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 14 ayes, 0 nays. SB 293 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 314 by Senator Bell relating to Shelby County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 48 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of SB 314. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 10 ayes, 0 nays. SB 314 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovin.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 282 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the first bill on special order calendar.
On page 59 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 113 with substitute by Senator Orr relating to supplemental appropriations.
While we're waiting on Chairman Garrett, I'd like to recognize the Alabama Society of CPAs. I'm sure they're sure are glad April 15th has passed. They are the guests of Representative Underwood. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Today we take up our package of budget bills. The first bill we have is the supplemental appropriations bill. There are handouts of both the spreadsheets and the budget up here at the front for anyone who would like to see them. The supplemental appropriation bill makes supplemental appropriations of $524,276,588 as follows: $28 million to the Department of Education, local boards of education, $136,029,000 to the Department of Education, $4,120,000 to the Educational Television Commission, $5,380,000 to the Council of the Arts, $250,000 to the Music Hall of Fame, $200,000 to Public Library Service, $50,513,000 to the Department of Revenue, $2 million to the Alabama Supercomputer Authority, $5 million to the Department of Workforce, $3.5 million to the Alabama School of Cyber Technology and Engineering, $3.5 million to the School of Fine Arts, $3.5 million to the School of Mathematics and Sciences, $4.3 million to the Firefighters Personnel Standards and Education Commission Fire College, $7 million to the Marine Environmental Science Consortium, $2 million to the Alabama Institute for the Deaf and Blind, $35,812,836 to the Alabama Community College System, $6,222,668 to Alabama A&M, $4.1 million to Alabama State, $54 million to the University of Alabama, $3.7 million to Athens State University, $26 million to Auburn University, $3.2 million to Auburn University of Montgomery, $3.6 million to Jacksonville State University, $4 million to the University of Montevallo, $5.8 million to the University of North Alabama, $15.5 million to the University of South Alabama, $6.3 million to Troy University, $4 million to the University of North Alabama, $3.9 million to Tuskegee University, $37.5 million to the Legislative Council for the new State House, $350,000 to the Lieutenant Governor, $10.3 million to Executive Commission on Community Service Grants, $5.6 million to the Alabama Commission on Higher Education, $7.5 million to the Alabama Historical Commission, $2.8 million to the Department of Human Resources, $1.5 million to the Department of Public Health, $2.1 million to the Space Science Exhibit Commission, $850,000 to the Alabama Innovation Fund, $500,000 to the Department of Rehabilitation Services, $400,000 to the Department of Early Childhood Education, and $250,000 to the Department of Youth Services. Those are the categories. There's a breakdown of all those on the spreadsheets, and I'd be happy to answer any questions this time, but otherwise I'll move to the BIR.
Sure, recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan. While she's making her way down here, we got some special guests in the gallery. Superintendent of Alex City, Jose Reyes, the guest of Ed Oliver. Let's give him a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. Also, we have Leadership Sylacauga and the Sylacauga Chamber of Commerce, guest of Representative Ben Roberts. Thank you guys for being with us today. Representative Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, again, I understand the work that goes into budgets, the budgetary process. I guess I need to start off with asking you about different criterias, and this is for me in public consumption.
Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
This is, I'm not speaking loud enough. Okay, let me do it. Okay, so listen, I want to know what the process is with regards to you all giving consideration to nonprofits. I know we do work with nonprofits through this process. So tell me what the parameters are when you all vet a nonprofit that may receive funds from the general ETF.
Well, as you know, the budget begins with the governor. The governor submits a supplemental appropriation list. This year, the budget moved to the Senate first, so the Senate had their view of the supplemental appropriations, then it came to us. We evaluate member requests, we evaluate legislative priorities, and obviously there's 140 different members of the legislature making requests. We try to accommodate as many as we can, as long as they fit within the strategic direction of the state. If it's education related, we also have to be cognizant of the geographic distribution of those funds. We make sure that funds are distributed among the state. So there's no hard and fast rule, but it's evaluated by the governor's staff, all the committees, and the budget committees in the Senate, and of course in the House as well.
So when you say fit, define fit for me, and who determines what the fit is if it is for educational purposes?
That's why we have an education budget committee. We all evaluate all the requests, we evaluate the numbers, and we make a collective decision.
So, but if you're saying there is a criteria, I'm just trying to get, because even though you have a committee, what's understood doesn't have to be spoken. That's number one. So I'm gonna try my best to come in peace up here, because I know you got folks all up in the gallery. But this is the people's house. So I'm not here to satisfy anybody that may be up there. My question is simple. When you say, and it's understood there is a committee, I would like to know the parameters and whether or not there is something in black and white.
There's not anything in black and white. As is a lot of legislation that comes forward, there's no black and white criteria for evaluating ideas or concepts or requests. But we have general parameters, general understandings, and as a collective body, our committee makes recommendations. And both what you're seeing today moved out of our committee, both committees unanimously.
Okay, so with that being said, this is my concern. You and I have spoken that I had submitted an organization for which members of Jefferson County had met with this group. We know all of the things that they do culturally, but we asked them to also apply, because in the city of Birmingham, we're also dealing with a cultural issue. Not just conflict resolution, a whole cultural shift. So just to say, okay, we're going to do something with conflict resolution, that's not going to be good enough. There was monies put in the budget last year for an organization that actually operates down here. We ain't seen them in Birmingham, so I don't know what that $250,000 was for, how it went. I was in that meeting. I ended up having a turnaround before I walked in that meeting door. Representative Sellers was there, and then I hear a few months later that they were using or put monies in place for an organization down here where it works for Montgomery, does not work in Jefferson County. That's number one. Also, when we met with this organization, we sat down, myself, the minority leader, and others, we went through what we needed. We asked them if they could make the shift. Now, what I believe happened is when you went on to the, when you went on, as you mentioned, to the website, you said you went through that document, and of course you saw all of the cultural issues. So that means, in your mind, DEI, number one.
First of all, you don't know what's going through my mind. I told you, you made a request. I went and did my own research. You cannot speak to what's in my mind.
You told me but you told me what you saw.
I told you I was looking for a conflict resolution program, and this was not.
You said to me
you
what
cannot
your thoughts
speak
were.
for what's in my mind.
Did you not say what your thoughts were?
Yeah, you just did.
Okay, so if you say that that's your thought, then obviously if it was
you
your
cannot
thoughts,
speak to what's in my mind.
So at the end of the day, you said what your thoughts were.
As a budget chair, I have that prerogative and that responsibility.
And you said it to my colleagues, your thoughts. So if they are your thoughts, I'm assuming they were your thoughts.
I did not express the thoughts you just expressed. You said those, not me.
No, what I just said is you said they didn't meet the parameters. That's all I just said.
A conflict resolution, specifically what I was looking for is a conflict resolution program.
Mr. Garrett, what I asked you was one thing, and that is I asked you what the parameters were. And then
I explained that to you and also told you collectively our committee made a decision.
You said based upon your thoughts, your review of the website and the information. Now, we're not going to come up here with a war on words. You and I are not going to fall out over this.
I'm yielding my time to you, but I'm not going to let you put words in my mouth.
Did you not say that?
No, I did not say what you said.
You did not tell me
I said
that
nothing
you
about
reviewed.
DEI. I said nothing about culture.
No, I didn't say you did.
You just did.
That's
Did everybody
not
hear that?
what I said. No, I did not say that. I referenced what my belief was, and then I went back to what you said. I did not say you said
can speak.
DEI.
I will not interrupt you. Go
So
ahead and
you, that's right. You did not hear me say that.
I did hear you, but go ahead.
You heard me say, I referenced.
You said in your mind, that's meant something. You said what was in my mind.
That's not what I said, and that is not what I was saying, but because this is my time.
Yeah, okay.
So I say that.
Let's stick to the budget.
It is the
Let's
budget.
stick to the budget.
It is the budget. I'm asking a question, Mr. Speaker, about a budget item. It is about the budget.
No, it's not in the budget, actually.
It is not in the budget, but I was talking to him about the budgetary process. So my question was simple, and I wanted to know one question, and that is relative to what the definition or the parameters are. That is my
explained it as
question.
best as I can.
So then I related back to a conversation, trying to get clarity.
I explained it as best I can.
So at the end of the day, we have a system that is set up that there is a level of review in which the committee can, for whatever reason, deny this or that. So I wanted to get the clarity on what that process was, and this is about the budget. And since I was so rudely gavelled down, that is all I was trying to do, period. So at the end of the day, my question goes back to what I asked you. You said that there was a level of review that you all have. I asked about what level of review is that, and then I mentioned what went on in the budget last year about a particular line item. And you, before I could get everything out, went on to, yeah, I ain't got time for this. I ain't got time for this. And I've tried to be nice, but I'm gonna be respected. So I was just simply asking a question. Now, I don't know what word was a trigger, and I only wanted to get the clarity because you and I have gone back and forth in a very calm manner about this particular matter, have we not? So I wanted to get the clarity because we are here discussing this issue, and I do know there are people that I have been in communication with or that are listening, and I don't want anyone to ever say that I lied for them, on them, or to them. So at the end of the day, based upon that conversation, that particular organization did not meet the parameters. And what was said to myself, Representative Sellers and Representative Moore, was that their scope was way outside based upon what was determined or seen in the website and on the website, and then you further brought back clarity, not just the website, within the body of the proposal. Is that not the conversation that you said about the proposal and the website?
Your time.
I'm asking you a question. I'm just trying to get the clarity.
I
don't
told you,
understand.
you asked me about a conflict resolution program. I said I would be happy to look at a conflict resolution program. What I saw was more than a conflict resolution program. I wanted
Ladies'
something
time has
specific.
expired. Chair recognizes Chairman Carnes for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for leave of the House for Jefferson County delegation to meet in room 617.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Permission granted.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Kill.
Chairman Garrett, I have watched the budget process now from within the committee for the last 7 years. This is the 7th time. And I will say that, you know, because committee members have some behind the scenes look, I will say that you have been as thorough and as welcome to outside ideas and open to outside thoughts as any time I've seen during this process. And so to say that there was an issue where you did not thoroughly vet an issue, I just cannot see that. So I appreciate the work you've done with the committee members, where we voted out the bills 100% within the committee. Has been unity in there, and so I appreciate the work you've done through this process.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote.
What'd she say?
Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 101 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
If no further questions, I'd be happy to answer questions or move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson.
I'm sorry, I do have an amendment. Sorry. I need to adopt the sub too.
Okay.
So let's adopt the sub if that's okay.
Ms. Moore, you want to adopt this and talk on the bill? Or you want? Okay. Question for the body's adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 102 ayes, 0 nays. Sub has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
I do have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 113 by Representative Garrett.
Kerry, explain your amendment, please.
Yes, on line 90 of page 4, we are adding some wording at the request of the community college system. This is for the Create Technology Innovation Center over in the Oxford area. We are making sure that dual enrollment is not affected. And we had just some clarifying languages to include providing dual enrollment scholarships through Gadsden State Community College. And that's a friendly amendment. The other amendment, and I'm embarrassed about this one, is on lines 110 through 111 on page 4, inserting the name Perry County School System. The one error that I know I made was I put the wrong school system on this appropriation for a supplemental. Should have gone to Perry County. They were here with us this morning, so that would just clarify that funding would go for Perry County, $200,000.
Yeah, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the floor amendment. Ms. Hall, you want to speak on the amendment? Okay, Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Your wording on line 90 says including after 150,000 to include dual enrollment.
Well, that 150 is to the next item. This is the Create Technology Innovation Center. They received an appropriation and for career tech education, basically. And this just adds language to include providing scholarships through Gadsden State for dual enrollment, which was our intent all along.
So but the amount remains the same.
Yes.
150,000.
Right.
And the other one was
Actually, the amount is it's $1.1 million.
all right. So when I read
This is just a fragment of that sentence. They're just inserting language.
okay, I'm on line 90. So when you read that to me, it is going to say we're creating. I thought that was already there. All right.
What page are we on? I'm sorry.
I think where I thought I heard you said it was line 90
Yeah.
on page 4.
Yeah.
And so when you said to include providing dual enrollment, scholarships.
So
through
the
Gadsden
previous
State.
sentence says $1.1 million shall be used for the,
Career-
that's line 89.
Right.
On line 90, it says Create Technology Innovation Center.
Right.
And we've added to that phrase to include providing dual enrollment scholarships through Gadsden State Community College.
Okay.
So we're inserting that clarification.
Okay, got that. And then the 110.
Changing Selma City Schools to Perry County.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The question now is adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to get some clarity about Gadsden State and dual enrollment, because haven't they always had dual enrollment?
They have, and that's what and they do dual enrollment currently with this workforce center. And in this language with this appropriation, they requested clarification that funding to this workforce center would continue to include the dual enrollment. So that's all that's what we're
'cause
doing.
we've got I think a workforce center there in Birmingham.
Right.
Is ours included with dual enrollment?
Yes.
Because I know we have students from all over
Yes,
that come to that program.
In the budget, we've increased dual enrollment, I think, by close to $3 million. I'll look in a minute when we see the budget.
So it'll include all workforce centers also, because
right.
I know they teach just about everything in there
Right.
from, you know.
This is a new workforce center. and
Okay,
they just
theirs
want-
is new.
It's new, and they wanted to make sure that,
It was covered.
right,
Okay, because I know we've had one, and I like what they do.
right.
Because it gives them that opportunity for dual enrollment to come in and do the same thing and help increase our career tech situation. But I think that's all I've got for go any further. I was looking at all the other things that you had here on page 1 to make sure, and I think that, and I guess it's going to come up later, the part about the RAISE Act that you came
That's in the that's in
and
the other.
talked to
right.
us about, so we
Right.
can get more clarity on
Make sure-
that one.
and there's a spreadsheet with more detail up there on the supplemental if you don't have it. But
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage, SB 113. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 113 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 114 with substitute by Senator Orr relating to the ETF Advancement and Technology Supplemental Appropriation Bill.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have a substitute on this bill, but I would like to ask the BIR. This is the Advancement Technology Bill. As you know, we're allocating $1.25 billion. This will go to the districts, to the schools, based upon the bond formula. And we are carving out, though, before the of that $1.2 billion, $100 million to go toward the establishment of a new career tech program for regional career tech centers in areas of the state where they do not have career tech centers. This would allow for local match. Projects of up to $20 million with local match up to 50%. And these would be for career tech centers designed in areas where we do not have them. So that's for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine. Oh, okay. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
We do have a substitute. Would like to adopt the sub.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Reverend McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yale.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to find out what are some of the identified areas that may not have them, if you know at all.
So they're primarily rural areas. They're all over the state. Northeast Alabama, Northwest Alabama, certainly in your area. I don't know if you have a career tech center. We were all inspired, I think, by the amazing facility that the Baldwin County group put together. That had a lot of local money, a lot of private money, but they built a kind of a state-of-the-art, and we were inspired and thought we need to carry that concept around the state. So what this would do, provide funding for areas, again, we don't need these in areas we already have career tech centers. We're looking for regional centers, so we would look for more than one school system. We would look for not just a room for career tech, we're
Right.
looking for a first-class facility.
Now, one of the questions I probably have when you say a regional concept, will we, because over in our area, we may need to put 3 or 4 counties together in order to be able to accomplish this. Is that going to be a
One of the parameters is that for it to be regional, we need to have more than one school system involved. So we want other systems involved. So that would be a perfect example of that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And
Sure, thanks,
Representative McCampbell, let me mention a thing. One thing that was in the supplemental that we also passed, and this is an important idea. There's a $16 million appropriation. This speaks to this issue. In the supplemental that we just passed, there was a $16 million appropriation. Part of that appropriation is to build an Alabama digital education network throughout areas of the state where there's not broadband already run. So throughout the Black Belt area, though, we can take broadband, we can put some connectivity at various centers, maybe libraries, maybe some of these career tech centers, maybe a school. Okay. And Apple has a program where they actually can take curriculum to those locations. So that's one way to do career tech development in the Black Belt where we don't have a facility now. We may be able to get one through this deal here, but if we don't, we have this other thing in the supplemental that will allow us to do things specific to those areas that don't have those resources right now.
Well, I appreciate it, and I'm going to try and put together a group of our counties and talk to them about it and see if we can't develop one over in that area, because I did visit Baldwin County, and that is an amazing facility.
And
And,
this-
what I see it doing, the Baldwin County concept, actually opens up for a lot of more businesses to get involved in the local and regional areas and helping to grow our business. Businesses that are willing to come to the area, because now we are starting to train our young people for specific businesses and things of that nature.
Right, and there is a local match required, but like we had with Lieutenant Governor's program a few years ago, it's a sliding scale. So an area that doesn't have a lot of local money would have less of a local match required. So we're trying to be responsive, because we do think this is important to have these regional centers all throughout the state.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Revenue Hall. Ms. Hall, we are on the amendment. We're on the amendment, too.
We're on the sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
As I've gone through the supplemental, there are different things that stands out, like a pilot program. Is it the belief that you're starting the pilot program with the intent to expand it? Is that, I'll take the PRISM math pilot. Is
That's
that the intent?
in the supplemental we just passed.
Right.
Yeah, that's a
but
pilot program. That's a new concept that was very intriguing, and we're looking to test that to see if it's effective.
And then when you talk about the technology, I want to remind you again about the regional centers,
Yes.
the regional workforce. Would some of those regional workforce funding that they receive be tied into these programs as well? Would the funding, remember the question I raised yesterday, would we check on what those funds?
Those centers are
regional
funded
centers.
those regional centers we currently have are
Right.
funded in the budget. We'll continue to do that.
Right.
We're talking about something that's a different model with multiple counties doing these career tech centers, which are different than that. We're talking about new facilities ground up that are cooperative and under the State Department of Education. We'll continue to support those in the budget, but this is something to the next level.
And in supporting, when we talk about the regional centers, will there be funds that they could be used together to expand this or increase the activities or engagement of?
I think that's a great possibility. It's a great idea to consider. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Chair thanks, lady. Ms. Moore, you want to speak on the substitute? Okay. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing come to mind, and I appreciate what we're doing with all of these new career centers that we're setting up. In the same vein, are we working with the Department of Labor for whatever we are training our young people for, especially in areas that do not have a lot of businesses? Are we working with the Labor Department? Because I was impressed with them, I think last week, and when they had a meeting here a couple of months ago, I was talking about students with dual enrollment. They do job fairs on our college campuses, and I was impressed last week because what I had suggested, that with all of these career centers that we have under dual enrollment, when those students finish the 12th grade, they are prepared, unless they want to do additional education, they are prepared to go into the workforce. And are we working hand in hand with them so that we could do job fairs at these career centers so that our young people who finish those dual enrollments in 12th grade when they graduate, that we can recruit them then, because in most professions, there is a level of expertise people will have if they are encouraged to be in these programs, and we could go ahead and have them hired and enter into the workforce in the state of Alabama. But I'm especially concerned about the rural areas, because at the same time, we as a state got to start looking at those areas to recruit more businesses for them to take advantage of. And the other thing, even though this is education, I know we got to be prepared for our students. We need to be looking at an education arm, a transportation arm that we couple with the programs that we have. So once these students finish, we can have job fairs. But the most important thing in those counties where we don't have the jobs for, we can create some type of transportation to get them back and forth, and that's what's going to help the attractiveness of the state of Alabama when companies want to move in, because now we know where to direct them to and have a mechanism where we got them trained, we could direct these different companies to the counties where the needs are, and then provide some form of transportation to make sure they could get back and forth to those facilities that we create for them.
You've hit on a lot of topics right there. I think we're trying to address all from a multi-pronged approach. Number one, you recall we no longer have a Department of Labor. We have a Department of Workforce. So
it doesn't matter, but they're working people.
But part of the workforce is specifically focused on what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Dual enrollment, connecting in these areas where we don't have career tech, where we don't have where we have low graduation rates.
Right.
Trying to help that effort along.
Mm-hmm.
They're also working, of course, with Innovate Alabama, which is doing a lot of things to do with giving access to capital in some of these underserved areas, attracting business to some of these areas of the state. So all that's working hand in hand, and I think having a regional career tech center, addition with this Apple project I just described to you, which is going to allow us to have mobile career tech going out throughout some areas. I think all that is working toward the goals you're talking about, which is engaging these students, giving them a path to the job market.
Right.
We also, last year, as part of the recommendation from the Joint Commission the Lieutenant Governor had, was what are barriers to workforce? One was child care. We did a child care credit. We're stepping into that world right now. We passed a modest housing credit. We'll see how that goes. So we are looking at these things and bringing them all together, sort of under the umbrella of the Department of Workforce.
Right.
Because our number one priority in the state, in my opinion, is to improve labor participation.
Yes.
That's the problem. We have low unemployment.
Right.
But we need labor participation, which are people who are out of work, who are looking for work. That's what we're trying to help.
Well, I appreciate it, because I know the new workforce made a presentation, and I was impressed last week because they did do a job fair for some high schoolers somewhere in the state that I saw on the news. And I was impressed with that, because while they do them on the college campuses, we have to go after all of those students that are in high school and participating with these career tech programs that we have, to make sure we look at them and have job fairs and scoop them up at that level where they finish those programs and not leave them behind and trying to find something on their own.
Right.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
The chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 97 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
So again, the substitute will distribute $807 million to K through 12 schools, $342 million to the higher ed. All that's listed in the bill, and this goes by the bond formula. With that, I move for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 114. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 114 has passed as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 305 by Senator Orr relating to the RAISE Act.
Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, this is the enabling legislation for the RAISE Act. We've had discussions with both caucuses. We've had several committee meetings about this and public hearings about this. A year ago, the Senate Finance Committee, Finance and Taxation Committee, and the House Education, Ways and Means Committee began to explore what can we do to address the school funding of our public schools in the state. We haven't changed the way we fund public schools in over 30 years. This model would be a hybrid approach that would not impact the current foundation program. So every school would continue to receive the funding they would otherwise receive under the foundation program. But in addition to that, we are adding more money, in this case this year, $166 million coming from the budget and also from the Education Opportunity Reserve Fund to add on top of the foundation program. Then those funds will be distributed to all school districts based upon their student needs. The student needs that will be weighted will be poverty, ELL, special education, gifted, and then we also have a weight in there for charter schools because they do not get local funding. However, charter schools in counties or districts that do not have access to local money will not get that additional charter weight. But this will basically allow us to move forward with this hybrid funding model, which will let Alabama join the 45 other states that are funding education based on student needs and not just resources.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Insler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to briefly thank you for this. I know a tremendous amount of work has gone in to this, and I know this will benefit public school students tremendously. I know modernizing a funding formula is not easy work, so thank you for doing it. I know students in Montgomery Public Schools are going to be better off because of this, so thank you for your work.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Speaker, move for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of SB 305. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with the gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this. And the question I was just asking for reiteration and standpoint, rural counties like I represent, like Greene County, Hale County, which, the property taxes have many needs and everything. How does this impact them on meeting their needs?
So have you seen the spreadsheet?
I got it.
Okay. So what that does is that your county will report the number of students they have that are in poverty under this federal poverty direct definition we everybody's agreed to. The second is they will report the number of students they have in ELL, English language, second language learner. They will report the number of students they have in special education. And there's 3 categories of special education. So all those head counts are determined and submitted, and then each of those broad categories is given a weight. And so your system will receive the additional dollars from the RAISE Act funds to support those needs based on head count. If you're a district that has high poverty, you will get a additional supplement to what you're getting in the current funding from the foundation program to address educating those students. A more affluent district will not get additional funds for that.
Okay.
They may get additional funds for special education if they have that as an issue, but it's really looking at every district, and rather than doing what we do in the foundation program, which is pretty much just allocate all the dollars equally based on how many heads you have. We're saying how many heads do you have in these categories, and you get additional funding for that. So if you look at the spreadsheet, you can see that the schools that have the most needs that the state's not addressing today will get more of the funding.
Okay. Well, that's what I wanted, and I thank you for bringing that and everything, but I just wanted to make sure to explain it from the floor and everything, because my superintendents are in support of this new procedure and everything like that, and I just wanted to make sure, because, you know, we have been, you know, kind of always left behind because of certain issues like that in the poverty area. So if anything that we can continue to do to kind of keep them in the playing field, unless to bring them up and make them play.
And one of the things that's in this bill also is some strict accountability provisions, because we want to make sure this extra money these districts get goes specifically to those needs.
Okay.
We don't want to be spent on other things. Because there's a direct correlation because how much you spend on these students with these needs and their outcomes.
Right.
And so we have some accountability provisions that are pretty strict to make sure that this money is intended. There will be monitoring that to make sure we get the outcomes and result we desire.
Well, thank you for that, and appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 305. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 305 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
Members.
On page 61 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 111 with substitute by Senator Orr, relating to Education Opportunities Reserve Fund.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is the bill that actually moves funding from the Education Reserve Fund to both the CHOOSE Act and to the RAISE Act. We have a committee sub, so I'd like to adopt the BIR, please.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson. Resume. No. Okay. Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we do have a substitute. What this bill does is takes the money from the Education Opportunity Reserve Fund and moves it to two accounts, to the CHOOSE Fund and to the RAISE Act. We just talked about the RAISE Act. We're going to take $58 million from the budget and put in this additional pot of money. We're also going to add about $105 million on top of that. In total, $166 million will be going to schools based on student needs, as I described in the last bill. But what we're doing, we'd accumulated a little over $1 billion in this Education Opportunity Reserve Fund. This is the fund we used to establish partially from some of the COVID additional money we had, but also when we reduced the cap that our budget can grow every year, into the waterfall for excess receipts was money going into the Education Reserve Fund. And that fund was established so that we can access that apart from proration. We can do that whenever we want to establish as a body. We do that, though, for transformative education ideas and opportunities. And so certainly the RAISE Act meets that criteria. So what we're going to do is take out of the reserve fund $375 million. That represents 3 years worth expected contributions we will make to the RAISE Fund. So additional 105 for this year, 125 for next year, 150 for the following year. So for 3 years, we've got this money from the reserve fund now into the RAISE Act fund. We also are moving sort of temporarily $80 million from the Education Opportunity Fund to the CHOOSE Act fund. And we're doing that because, as you know, this is the first year we had applications for the CHOOSE Act. We had anticipated that we would have about 15,000, 16,000 applications. We've had 36,000 applications. All of those are not going to qualify. All those applications that are being approved are within the 300% income cap that was established by the Act. And everyone who's been approved is being approved within those parameters. We wanted to make sure that because of the demand for this, that we had enough funds so that on May 1, the Department of Revenue doesn't have to tell somebody, we don't have funding for your student if you meet the criteria. So we're moving $80 million over. We don't think we're going to need $80 million to fulfill those additional requests on top of the $100 million, but we want to make sure there's enough money there. And why is it 80 million? Because we took the 36 million times the math, assuming all those qualified, that'd be roughly 180 million. Again, we know all that's not gonna that's not gonna what we need because all those won't qualify, and some of those will be homeschool, which will be a lesser amount. Whatever money is not utilized for this program, though, will revert back to the Education Reserve Fund. So it's just kind of a shift there so that we can approve applications and make sure the funding's in place when the school year starts. So this, again, is the transfer of, that allows us to transfer $375,000 from the Education Reserve Fund and $80 million from the Education Reserve Fund to the CHOOSE Act, the other to the RAISE Act. This will leave us in that fund with about $900 million, and $600 million, and we expect to put in next year additional $300 million. So we'll be right back at the $1 billion level on the reserve fund. And again, that doesn't include the money that will revert back from the CHOOSE Act funds that are not used. Be happy to answer questions or move for final passage.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the substitute. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore, speaking on substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With this substitute, we are transferring funds to the RAISE Fund and the CHOOSE
I'm sorry,
Act.
can you say that
With
again,
the
please?
substitute,
Yes.
we are transferring, this serves as transfer monies to the RAISE Fund and the CHOOSE Act. Could we not have separated the two and done two bills to separate funds, one to the RAISE Fund and then to the CHOOSE Act, so that we wouldn't have any confusion as to what's going on?
Well, I guess we could have. I hope we've minimized the confusion. This is all coming from the same fund. We're just taking in that fund $375 million to the RAISE Act, and then temporarily moving $80 million to the CHOOSE Fund, but some of that will move back based upon what's not utilized by the CHOOSE Act.
Yeah, I think that's what came to my mind, that if we just had two separate bills that did that, because with what you're doing for the CHOOSE Act, all that they don't use, that goes back into the Education Trust Fund, right?
Right, with the reserve fund, right.
Right, the reserve fund. But with the RAISE Fund, those funds are funds that will probably be exhausted.
Those will go to schools on an increasing basis based on student need. So
Right.
It'll give more money to these districts in the next 2 years with student needs. And we're pulling three years down, one, so we don't have to come back every year and move money from that fund. Plus, we're committed to this idea of the new funding formula, the new student needs-based formula. This is a commitment, and now we can just move those funds and not have to go through the legislative process to transfer those funds.
But I'm going to attempt to separate the two.
Okay.
But I think we're still going to accomplish our same goal, and we could just vote it up or down, and I have an amendment, and to see if we can make it a little clearer. But
Clerk, see the amendment.
I know you've,
Amendment to Senate Bill number 111 by Representative Moore M.
Okay, Representative Moore, you care to explain your amendment, please? Ms. Moore, they just told we have not adopted the sub yet, so we'll have to adopt the sub before we accept the amendment. Let's go ahead and do that.
okay.
Ms. Hall, you want to talk on the sub real quick, or you want us to, ma'am? Okay, sure. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the CHOOSE Act, in addition to what you've,
I'm sorry, say again.
under the CHOOSE Act, presently, there are funds in the budget before you adopt this particular part of the bill. Is that what you're telling us? This
Ask
is
me
in
again, I'm
addition.
sorry. Ask me again, I'm sorry.
Are the funds that you're talking about for the CHOOSE Act in this bill, is that in addition to what is already allocated within the budget, the overall budget?
So the CHOOSE Act, the initial funding, which again, it gets confusing because of all the years and whatnot, but for the past two supplementals, we've had $50 million and and then 50 million in this year's supplemental. So there's 100 million in the Choose Act fund that will cover this first year of funding. In the budget, we're going to appropriate $100 million from the budget into the Choose Act for going ongoing. But with this additional 100 million we've got right now, that's coming from the 2 supplementals we've just passed, we now want to move money into the reserve fund so that if they need more than 100 million, they can go get it for this first year, and then what they don't get goes back to the reserve fund.
So it's not.
But yes, in the budget, we're going to appropriate for next year $100 million. So
we're talking about the upcoming school year.
well, the budget is, yeah.
Right, okay. So you're saying you made the term next year we're going to do something else.
Well, we're appropriating. We have the school year is not the same as the fiscal year, which is not the same as the calendar year.
I do. If you just talk
about,
about,
be simpler. Bring an amendment to simplify that we all have one date. That'd be a lot simpler. But
well, it's the school year would be better.
What we're doing, this will make sure that we've got the funds to cover the initial year, and then the budget will be looking at future years.
Makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what I want to point out, though, unlike in the RAISE Act, as we move this money over, it's going to stay in this fund because we're not going to, but with this Choose Act, it's only here to make sure there's enough money for this first year, and if there's what they don't need, we'll go back to the reserve fund.
Even though you already have 100 million set aside.
Right, but they may be, again, we had twice as many applications as we thought we were going to have.
I understand.
Within that income definition.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
Thank the lady. Question now is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. Sub has been adopted. Ms. Moore, let's go back to the.
Okay, to explain the amendment that I have is that on page 1, line 12, when we talked about separating the two, we will replace lines 12 through 15 with for the fiscal year ending September the 30th, and we'll remove line 12 through 15. On line 22, we will replace line 22 on page 1 with the following to transfer from the education budget. And on line 24 through line 27, we're removing the word as follow, and we're replacing it with September the 30th, 2025, $375 million to the Renewing Alabama Investment and Student Excellence RAISE Fund. And on line 39 through 55, we're removing all of that and replacing it with this act shall become effective immediately.
Okay, the gentleman has heard the lady's explanation of the floor amendment. Do you see it as a friendly amendment?
Well, I would not be in favor of the amendment. I appreciate the spirit. I understand what you're doing. I think we would end up doing 2 steps instead of 1.
Right.
I'd prefer to keep going what we're doing, but respectfully, I would. Do you want me to table it, or do you want to vote no, yes or no? I'll
just vote it up or down.
Okay, I will not support this, but I'll be happy to let the House vote up or down.
Okay, you've heard the sponsor's explanation and the lady's explanation of the amendment. If you are in favor of the amendment, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed to the amendment, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 29 ayes, 74 nays. The floor amendment has failed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the lady.
Thank you.
Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
That is questions final passage of SB 111 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 111 as substituted has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 303 with substitute by Senator Orr relating to School Principal Leadership and Mentoring Act.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
So what's happened, and I want to explain this because there's some confusion about this. We established this Principal Mentoring Act maybe last year, a couple of sessions ago, and for principals who go through this mentoring program, they will get a $10,000 bonus or stipend. Assistant principals who go through that program would get a $5,000 bonus or stipend. We also had a provision in there that was tied to a federal definition that said if you are in a district, serving in a district that's in a hard-to-staff school, so it's a school that we have a hard time getting personnel, you will get an additional $5,000 if you're a principal and an additional $2,500 if you're an assistant principal. Well, between all the changes that's happened and whatnot, the federal definition changed. And what we thought was going to cover about 30% of our schools, we felt like 30% of our schools would need this additional stipend, this additional incentive for people to go there. When the federal definition changed, all of a sudden, 80% of our schools qualify for this stipend. And that's why in the supplemental budget, we had to put in $10 million to make sure that all the principals that went through that get their money in June or July. So the money they went for the program they just went through, they're going to get that money. Going forward, this bill will correct it and say we are not intending to do that. We want this money, this additional stipend, everybody gets the mentoring stipend, but the additional stipend only if you're in a hard-to-serve area. Districts hard to recruit people. And so we're going to go from 80% of districts being, schools being eligible to 30%. That was our intent. I will tell you, some of the education community don't like that. They look at this as a takeaway. I don't see it that way. The Mentoring Act was a give for people who go through the effort. This past year, we honored that tie to the federal definition that caused us to give incentives to 80% of the people who went through this program. But going forward, we want this to be focused on those high needs areas. So that's what we're doing here in this bill, is changing that definition, decoupling from the federal definition, and making sure that this additional stipend goes only to those schools where we have hard to staff issues.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Lawrence for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I would like to suspend the rules for the Montgomery County delegation to meet right now in room 429.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's granted. Thank you. Okay, we are on the BIR. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I'm used to disrespect, so I don't have a problem with it. Listen, let me go back to this because I had a situation that arose. I thought when this bill went into effect, because it actually, we passed it and then I think it actually went into actual effect this year. It's not, if my memory serves me correct, because I had to actually deal with this issue for a client because they are at a alternative school, and because that alternative school did not meet, because I think there's not a duty to report whatever, I can't remember the details. So this particular principal, who is a principal, was not able to get the $10,000, but for some reason I thought they were already getting the 15 as a collective already. So what you're saying is they currently get 10,000. The principals do, assistant principals get 5. Can you go back over for me the other 5 if you don't mind?
So if you go through the mentoring program as a principal in any school, you get $10,000. If you complete it as an assistant principal, $5,000. If you were in one of these, what the term was in the federal definition was community eligible schools. And there's a lot of different definitions that get wrapped up here, but basically the community eligible definition, what meant a school that was difficult to recruit principals or assistant principals, areas we had a hard time staffing, we would give an additional $5,000 to those principals and additional $2,500 to those assistant principals. When the federal definition changed, now 80% of the state qualifies for both stipends, and we didn't intend to do that. We wanted to give the additional stipend to those principals and assistant principals that are in those more difficult areas.
So when you say the federal statute or law, let me make sure, because I don't want to say what you didn't say. I want to make sure I get the wording right. When you reference, let me just keep it like that. When you reference the federal, I'm assuming law or something changing on the federal level with the Department of Education, will you give me the clarity on what you're saying changed?
So the definitions, and I'll if we want the very, very technical, I can get the experts up here.
I just want to make sure we're getting the same word.
There was a definition of what was community eligible. At one time in history, that was 75% was community eligible, was the standard at the federal. It was lowered to 60%, and then it was lowered to 25%. When the community eligible definition was lowered to 25%, that meant that a whole lot more schools were eligible for this additional stipend, even though they were not really in didn't meet the category of what we were trying to do. Our problem was we were tied to a federal definition that can change. We're now decoupling from that and going back to not the community eligible definition, but this definition that would cover 30% of our schools.
So my question is, so if you are, for instance, a principal that
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
My question is, for instance, if you are a principal, does this cover all principals, or if you're a principal in a alternative school, would you not qualify for the max amount?
Well, here's one thing that happened, and I won't mention the district, but there's a district that is community eligible. The district as a whole would qualify for both stipends. But within that district, there are schools that would not meet that definition individually. Yet they're getting the stipend, additional stipend, because they're in a district, even though they're an alternative school or a magnet school, a school that doesn't have the poverty level or those special situations. They're not hard to recruit to that school. But because they're in a district that meets the definition, they were getting it. This basically will carve out and say that we want this additional stipend to go those places where we struggle to find the leadership.
Okay, so then I guess that goes back to what I was saying, because I was concerned, and for me, I'm looking at it from the standpoint of the level of service that the principal provides as a principal or being defined as a principal, and the needs for that particular school, whether it be, I guess, in one of those that special category. I try my best not to speak on those things that are in black and white, unless or take what somebody says if it's whatever. But since you just clarified that, my concern is only this: that I think any principal that is doing the job of a principal should be able to reap the entire benefits of the stipend, because we're classifying them as principals. But at this point, they would only be able to get, if they're not fitting the qualifications, they get what an assistant principal gets.
No. They would get the principal will get $10,000.
Not at certain schools, they won't.
No, they will. Everybody gets the $10,000 and the $5,000. There's an additional pot of money that goes to those that wanted to go to these hard to staff schools where the guy that gets 10 or the lady that gets 10 can get 15, and the person that gets 5 can get 7,500 if they're in one of those hard to staff schools.
Okay,
So everybody gets the mentoring program step. It's this additional stipend. We only want that to go to those people that are in those hard to serve areas.
Well, maybe, did we do another fund or something? Because our office just picked this case up, so I know for a fact this person is at a particular school, the principal, and receive, I read the letter in black and white, but it's also, I think, somewhere embedded in there that there is a, also, I don't know if because you're at a alternative school and the students rotate in and out, but they don't report the actual numbers. There's something in there, and this came from the Department of Education. I got it in black and white. As a matter of fact, I've been telling Dr. Mackey I was going to reach out to him, and that's what I was going to reach out to him about. So unless it's another program, and I have to go back and look because I left my other
I'm not
phone.
familiar with that. I will say this, that when Dr. Mackey ran all the numbers for us, there's 1,500 schools in the state. Right now, just shy of 1,200 schools are getting both stipends. Going forward, 359 schools will get the second stipend. And that's what we intended when we passed this bill. I want to go back and say this was Senator Orr's mentoring program that we passed several years ago. This was an addition thing to provide appreciation and incentive to principals, and so now we're to a point where, again, we didn't intend it to be 80% of the schools. We intended the second stipend to go to these hard to staff schools. So right now, with 1,500 total schools, right now, just shy of 1,200 are getting the whole bucket. We want only the most needy, 350 schools or so, to get that hard to staff stipend.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I don't care who sponsored the bill. I don't get all into the hoopla, and just because he sponsored it or anything like that, I was just trying to simply get the clarity because this issue just came up, and I wanted to make sure that what I read was correct. And I saw Dr. Mackey in the hallway, as a matter of fact, to say to him, to get further clarity because I had received that level of information. So I was just out to try to find it, but I do know there is another part to the eligibility requirement, and I just didn't know if that was modified in this act, but I do know there's another one.
I'm sorry, I don't know that issue.
I know you don't.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Escambia, Chairman Baker.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Garrett, first off, thank you for your work as the chair of the Education Ways and Means Committee. You do remarkable work. Your inclusion is also, something that has been quite refreshing for many of us, just the way that you allow us to interact with you as well as keeping us informed as the bills do progress, of course. But I'd like to speak just specifically to this particular bill here with the School Principal Leadership and Mentoring Act. There are those that think that this just automatically just giving just a extra stipend simply for being a school principal or an assistant principal, but goes well beyond that. Within the actual bill that was back in 2023, which actually originated in the Senate, and I was very proud to sponsor the bill here in the House. But the bill has elements to it that requires there to be, I guess it's working, the goal is for more effective leadership in the schools. And not to say that these were poor administrators prior to this bill, but to enhance their skills. Things such as just where these principals, it may be that they are not quite as adept at something such as the Literacy Act and things that they can help to monitor their teachers. So it's things like that, or whether it be with the Numeracy Act. So it helps to refine and enhance their skills in ways that they had not had prior to this bill. So I love the aspect of it. It does require an additional 5 days of professional learning beyond what was required prior to this bill. And so there's a lot of elements to this. It does require for each of these principals and assistant
principals to have the goals set for academic improvement in their schools. So just a lot of different elements that are part of this. It does also have an accountability piece that's being worked towards. This bill, actually, the implementation is through a design team made up of everything from the superintendents, from school principals, assistant principals, teachers, just a number of folks that have input into this and the implementation of this act, trying to better the effectiveness of our leaders in the schools. But thank you so much for your work with this, and I understand very clearly that the intent of the bill was not to be as widespread as what the federal definition allowed for it to be, and so you've done really good work in helping us to deal with this and helping to refine more of the intent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your work on this bill and this whole issue.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Calhoun, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garrett, I got a call last evening from one of my principals, and they had 50 principals from around the area that came together and was talking about this legislation. And they were just adamantly opposed to it. And I tried to explain to them, look, you're calling me on the day before we're going to be voting on it up or down. And I said, I can't explain all of it to you. But I know what the problem is. They don't thoroughly understand what it actually does, I don't think. But hopefully before it comes up next session, they can, because it puts all us on the spot when we have to come down here, we have to vote our constituents, because like I tell everybody, nobody down here can vote for you.
Well, I would just say this, that organization who held that meeting certainly knows what's going on. This is not an entitlement program for principals. As Representative Baker has described, this is designed to be something to improve the leadership. It's an opportunity, and the funding we put into this is designed for that. It's not an automatic thing. We want people to make these achievements, and that's what it's designed for. I've heard from a couple of principals in your area, and they're concerned because they get it. They're going to get it this year. They first were concerned that they had gone through the work and we were not going to fund it for this past year. That's not fair.
Right.
We funded that. But they're now concerned that they're not going to be in the 80%, that maybe they're 66%. In your case, the guy's 66%, and you know, you need to be 30%. And so that was the intent of the legislation. So I understand, but that organization certainly understands that. I'm disappointed that they've used this, but I will tell you that if this is, it's not our intent or our desire, and I know it's not Senator Orr's, this was his budget, his brainchild. We did not intend to just throw out an entitlement that you ought to get. We wanted it to be something you had to achieve.
Hey,
and that's what we're
I
doing
definitely
here.
realize that, and y'all do an outstanding job. And I think it comes down to one thing: it's all about the almighty dollar.
Right.
And that's all we can do. Hopefully things will be different next time or whatever. But you're right; they may understand and just don't want to own up that they understand it.
I mean, this is just another, this was not a pay raise across the board.
Right.
We've done that. We've done pay raises. We've done a lot of those. This was not what this was intended. This was designed to be something to enhance their skills, enhance the ability to get more quality APs. We increased the number of APs. That's another thing we did. Part of our issue, you know, we increased, but Representative Gidley had the bill last year, 199? Over 200 assistant principals we added,
right,
which we funded. And, you know, but again, we want to encourage them to develop, professionally develop, so we're investing in them. But this was not an automatic, we didn't do that. That was never our intent.
Well, let me say again, I appreciate the job you do. It's mind-boggling. I don't know how you can do it all like you do, but thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Man,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just need to get some clarity. It's not often that I'm just like totally confused, but I think it just happened to be one of those times because I keep getting messages from principals and assistant principals at home saying to oppose this, you know, and I'm just trying to understand exactly what's happening. Are they losing money? compared to what they had?
So so when we pass the bill, they're supposed to get both stipends are going to be paid out in June or July, and between the time this thing was initially conceived and what everybody's gone through the program, the federal definition of who qualified for that second stipend changed. And all of a sudden, we had a lot more financial obligation if we honored that. We chose to honor that. And in the supplemental we just passed, we added $10 million to make sure that anybody who went through that program and who benefited because the definition changed got both stipends.
Okay.
But going forward, we say we did not intend for 80% of our principals to have that second stipend. That second stipend, everybody gets the $10,000 if you're a principal. Everybody gets the $5,000 if you're assistant principal, if you go through the mentoring program. The second stipend, if you're a principal, you get $5,000.
Right.
Assistants, $2,500 if you are in one of these hard to staff schools. And going forward, what this bill says, that's going to cover about 350 schools in the state.
So when you say
And so
hard to
what
staff,
they may be, so if they're confused because they think they're not going to get their money in June or July that they've earned, they're going to get that because we just took care of that.
okay.
But going forward, if you're not one of these hard to schools, you won't get that next year.
So when you say hard to staff school, can you kind of explain to me?
Well, that goes back to the community eligible. That goes back to, it takes into account, and I don't have the complete definition, but it looks at the poverty, the areas of the state that we have a hard time getting faculty, getting principals, and getting leadership to. And so we've identified those. State Department. Yeah, low performing or poverty schools is how the bill listed. Dr. Mackey has identified under that bill what those low performing or poverty schools are, and there are about 359 or so of those schools versus out of the 1,500.
Okay.
Right now, about 1,200 schools are getting this second stipend.
Right, go with me here and help me to understand. You know, a lot of times we have a lot of inner city schools that are in poverty areas. Some of them may be low performing, may not be as hard to staff. But of course, after people get their tenure, after their 3 years, a lot of times they roll out of there. But you can staff them a lot of times with new, inexperienced teachers. You can staff these schools. What happens to those schools? Because a lot of times the administration at those schools have a lot more challenges than administrations at some other schools. And you may have 1,000 kids at a school compared to maybe a hard to staff school that may have 300 kids.
Yeah.
So how does that?
So to that point, several years ago, Speaker said, look, in some of these areas of the state that we need, that we have maybe not certified teachers in the classrooms, let's look at the pre-K model where they had teacher aides, and let's put teacher aides in these areas. So we set aside money for several years to hire auxiliary teachers. And what happened was we could not find auxiliary teachers. We just did not have the deal. So what we ended up doing was now that's one of the impetuses for changing this funding formula. Now those districts will get a lot more money that will hopefully address their ability to address some of those needs by maybe higher pay or doing some other creative or inventive things. But what this mentorship program was supposed to do was help us develop a pipeline of principals and assistant principals, and we wanted to specifically set people who wanted to go into some of these areas. Now, Dr. Mackey has the list, again, of all those schools that meet the criteria under that bill, and that's what we've based this language on here.
I guess I would really need to see the school. So one school that sticks out to me in particular is Chastain Middle School in Mobile. It's a middle school, but it's really an elementary school as well, where they rolled in, some of these schools, they roll in elementary school into the middle school. So you have like a school that's just about double in size, where you have the administration that's looking forward to the stipend, the 10 and the 5. And of course, they're going to get it this summer, but I'm just wondering, what does the future look like for?
I don't know that specifically that school, but if you meet this definition that is now defined in the bill, and Dr. Mackey says that's about 30% of the schools in the state That's where he sees the biggest needs. That's what we're trying to address.
Well, if Dr. Mackey, if your people are listening, can you send me the list so I can see it before we vote? Like, I really would like to have a better understanding because I think it's a critical vote. It sounds like something I want to support, but if I vote for it, I need to be able to go back and let the educators in my district know why I voted for it and how it benefits the schools because they seem to just be so against it. And you see what I'm saying? Like they just, I hadn't had one principal, I hadn't had one administrator from a school tell me to vote for this.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I can't speak to that. I can tell you that if this program, what we want this mentoring program to be is what I've described. That's what we intend to fund. We don't intend to fund an automatic pot that everybody gets just because you show up. That's not what the desire is.
But I guess what I'm thinking is
I think some of the confusion is, I think if I were a principal, just being human, if I were a principal and I were in the 80%, and next year you're telling me you're not, I'd probably not be for this.
Right.
But you never should have been in it to start with. That only happened because we tied the definition to how we were funding this to a federal definition that they changed. And when they did, it forced us. Now, we could have said we're not going to do it, but in the supplemental, we said, no, we're going to honor that. We're going to go back and fund it, and we did. Going forward, we want this to fund it as we intended the legislation to be implemented. So,
man, it's tough. It's a tough spot to be in. Hopefully we can get that list because I know we got the BR and the sub. So hopefully we can kind of get an idea of what schools, because basically if we vote in favor of this,
I would encourage you to vote like you think, vote your district like you think you need to, but I don't think.
Yeah, but I guess I just need more knowledge. I need more education because voting my district is not necessarily the case if I don't know who's gonna lose the benefit or who's gonna be cut.
If anybody in the State Department is listening and provide Representative Bracey with the schools in his district, how they'd be impacted, that I would ask you to please do that. But again, that's the best I can tell you is that we're trying to go back to how the program was intended.
Right.
It's just we were a victim to the coupling to the federal definition that changed, and here's where we are. But we've tried to make sure that nobody's hurt initially by that.
Right, for the initial round. So when the change is made, the people that's been getting the 15, what would they start getting? 10?
I'm sorry?
The people that were getting the 15, the 10, and the 5 in the second round, so they would just only get the first round
they would get 10 and not
so
the
they'll
5.
go from 15 to 10, which is probably what the concern is. The 5.
But they never should have gotten the 15. They never should have got had that federal definition not changed. They would not have gotten the 15.
How long have they been getting the 15?
This is the first year.
Okay.
This is the initial year. So, but from the time that we passed this legislation, it implemented.
So they've received it already once, or this time
no,
here
this
will
is
be
the first time.
very first
I'm
time?
saying from the time that, the school year, the timing, but from the time we passed the legislation, the definition changed. We should have, in retrospect, we should have not have just grappled to that federal definition, but we didn't know it was going to change. But it changed dramatically. Okay. And when it did, but we've honored that. But going forward, we want to correct that.
That's respectable because I think they, after doing the work, they felt that they earned it.
That was what they thought.
Being fair, that was being fair by making sure that they have it, and then going forward, we try to fix it. So hopefully, I can get that information before we make the final passage.
Thanks, sir.
So
appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. The question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Gidley.
Chairman Garrett, first of all,
yes, sir.
First of all, I just want to commend you for your hard work and I appreciate your willingness to talk with us. I know when I first heard about this bill, I came to you, sat down, we talked again. I even met with Senator Orr, before it was on our committee this past week, and tried to get an understanding of this. And I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about the bill. And I, as Representative Woods and others, have had people to reach out to me that are adamantly against this. But if I understand correctly, this is an attempt to try to save what y'all originally put in place, if that's what I understand, because we know that it cannot sustain the way it is. So to save the original intent of the program, these changes had to be made in order to save the program. So I appreciate that. Again, I appreciate your willingness. I came immediately to you. You were gracious to sit down with me, then meet again, and that kind of thing. And I appreciate the work you do. And again, I've got pushback on this. I know that I've no doubt got people from my district that are watching at this very moment, and I support them. I appreciate you mentioning the assistant principal bill that we did. Because I've worked hard, and I know as you have and Orr has and many in this house, to make sure that education is our #1 priority. Matter of fact, it is the place that gets the most money in our state goes to education. Isn't that correct? So I appreciate that. This is going to be a tough vote, but I hope that everybody will eventually get the understanding that it's not about taking away, it's about preserving what the program was originally intended to do. The mentoring is still there, all of that's still in place, and then those who need that to help bring these schools up are going to be able to continue to get that. Am I pretty close to correct there?
That's right. And I'll say, I kind of chided you because I said part of our problem was because it's federal definition.
Exactly.
The other part of the problem that increased our funding was the fact that we, because of you, we hired a lot more assistant principals.
We did.
That was a good thing, though.
That's right. It is a good thing. That's right.
So we kind of had a double whammy there. This doesn't address with that second part. This really just totally addresses the fact that we've included people in districts that we never intended to include, only because the feds made a change.
And I hope that those that have concerns can eventually grasp that. I know it took me a long time to grasp it, and I immediately, because I do want to take care of my district, and I immediately came to you and figured out what this is all about. I hope that will also begin to resonate with those who have concerns, to understand the basis of this. The mentoring part is there. All of that is still in place. They're going to get the money that they were allocated for this past year, just going back to its original intent to help those underserved schools. So thank you, Chairman Garrett, for all you do. Thank you for taking time to help us with this. Thank you so
very much. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
All right. Okay, I've gotten the clarity on much of what I was asking you. I just wanted you to go back to what you were saying when I was up earlier about the district itself. When you referenced the district in that context, can you, if you don't mind, can you give me the clarity on, go back to that part when you said that some schools that are within the district, depends on how they're so situated. I didn't really get all of what.
I'm aware of one school, I was told this by a very reliable source, that there's one school in a district that meets all the definitions for the second stipend. The district does. It has high poverty, it has low performing schools, all of those things. One school in that district I'm aware of has 5% free and reduced lunch. They don't have the other issues that the district has, yet those principals in that one school are getting this stipend intended for the principals that are in those other schools. And that was not the intent. The intent was to not reward you if you're in a high-performing school with this second stipend. We want to incent people who want to work in these areas that need more attention.
Okay. So will that school still get the stipend? Or get all
My
of what?
understanding that the districts, the schools in that district that meet this definition will, that school would not, because they don't meet the definition
So people,
as
okay,
intended.
so I'm assuming there are some, listen.
That's my understanding. That's the way I understand it.
Okay, so, you know, my thought on, and I understand what Orr was doing. I don't know how I voted on this bill last year or year before last. I know I had questions and I did have concerns because whatever I vote on, I want to make sure it's fair. I want to make sure it's fair to all. The argument of trying to keep as many teachers, you keep teachers by paying them.
By what? I'm
Not-
sorry.
Now, you keep teachers by paying them more money and paying them their valued worth. And when you start getting these systems in place that give these distinctions, and I understand the legislation when it was passed a year before, I think it was last year or year before last, I made these same arguments and distinctions because as what has been stated by some of the individuals that have, other members of this House that have come up here, they have their constituency base has serious concerns, and they are warranted, because the bill does get to be in some way, you know, it's not often that I agree with those on the opposite side of the aisle, but I do agree with some of the concerns and some of those concerns that have been mentioned to me by those on the other side of the aisle relative to this act. I understand what you all tried to do last year or year before last. I can't remember if I voted on this portion of the budget or not. If I did, I definitely had reservations. Because I just believe that if you're a principal, you're a principal. If you're trying to embed the incentive, what you do for one should be done for all. That in itself creates, to me, the base for an incentive. I'm now dealing with this particular issue in my practice, and thank you to the Department of Education that called me outside, Connor, to give me clarity on this issue, and I appreciate them doing just that. But I am concerned because it doesn't resolve the issue if you work in a particular school type, but you're still getting principal pay. You're still doing the job of a principal, but yet when it comes to the additional bonus portion of it, you're not able to get that $5,000 bonus. And for me, that is problematic if that is your classification. That is your job. But if you are at a school that does not have a duty to report, then as was just confirmed for me, is that is correct. You do not get the base, but they are going to go back and further check it. But based on what has been said, you do not get it. And I would like to see, and maybe you all can work on this next year. Again, I don't come down here and beg y'all for nothing. I put in one request this year. And that request, two. One was granted, because I knew you were going to come and make sure. Yeah, I wanted for the record, yes, I did put in two requests. One was granted, but my concern was over the one that was not, and that was only because I wanted the clarity of context, and I don't want anyone to leave here thinking that I'm not appreciative of that request, because I know that will be detailed to somebody in writing as to that request. And I come here, as I said, I'm not going to lie on you, for you, or to you. And I will always be the voice for myself, and I stand here as a party of one in many regards. But for this particular bill, I have no problem with it, but I wanted it to be stated that hopefully next year you all will come back, because I do agree with the concerns of those that have come after me and before me, that it needs to be a system, because it will provoke consternation throughout a district when you have a constituency base calling to say, well, I work this same job, but because I am at this type of school, I get the same amount of pay or roughly within that range as a principal, but I can't get the bonus.
Well, there's just a fundamental disagreement, I guess, because that's why we're changing the school funding formula today we're pretty much giving everybody the same. In this new funding formula, we're saying that we want to give schools that have higher needs more money. And I think that same theory, that same concept is what we're applying here. Principals get their pay, there's a pay scale, all that stuff. Principals, a lot of them are on contracts. But we want to incent the principals who are in those very difficult situations, just like we're trying to do with these low-performing, underserved schools with the new funding formula.
But
I think it's consistent with that.
But I guess, and I see what you're saying, but if you're looking on the outside in, you're saying you're setting that standard. You're putting that base in there. But if I am a principal, for instance, at an alternative school, which is one of the hardest schools, because you're there at an alternative school, you're basically serving almost like a warden. And then you're doing all of this hard work, and just because that school does not have a duty to report, and you're there to try to help remediate and also bring conflict resolution, but I'm not able to get that stipend. I got what you're saying. I have no problem with the incentive.
And, a lot of, and I think some principals, a fair amount, are on contract. They're, so that's not even consistency among that.
Even if you're on the contract, the stipend is something different.
Right.
So the point is, all an educator sees is the fact that you're a principal, I'm a principal, he's a principal, she's a principal. But in the end, when it comes to the stipend, because I am at an alternative school.
Your job might be harder than mine.
So
we're trying to address
exactly.
that.
And that's what I'm saying. And I do agree with that. At first, I was like, well, you get, and they were like, well, no. So I now see, because they are looking at something totally different level of, education, because you're dealing with those children who have been removed from the classroom, expelled to alternative school. You have all of these different variables in place, and I understand about getting the test scores up, but when you're dealing with that situation, I can see where why they would have a concern, because they at this point now won't get that incentive, but they feel that they're working just as hard as the other person. So I just hope maybe next year that you all, as you all delve into this budgetary process, that that we have an opportunity, or that someone gives some consideration, and I think it warrants it with this many people coming up to say that they have an issue with this one particular budget item.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 98 ayes, 1 nay. The sub has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
Add his questions. Final passage of SB 303. Clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 98 ayes, 2 nays. SB 303 has passed as substituted.
Thank you, members.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 61 of the calendar, House Bill number 600 with substitute by Representative Almond relating to taxation.
Representative Almond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very short and simple bill. We have an existing law that exempts all of our current public residential high schools from state and local taxation, and this bill simply proposes to add the new school, Alabama School of Healthcare Sciences, and I also have a substitute.
Yeah, you heard the lady's explanation of the bill. The question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Almond.
Yes, sir. We have a substitute that corrected a misspelling and took away a date that no longer makes sense. So.
Yeah, you heard the lady's explanation of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Representative Almond.
Call for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 600. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 600 has passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 62 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 112 with substitute by Senator Orr, the Education Trust Fund budget.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is the budget bill. I would like to mention in the budget bill that the budget is increasing by $561 million to $9.9 billion. That is a 6% increase from the amount of last year. That's the maximum we were allowed to increase the budget, is because of our secondary cap that limits our budget growth. Next year, our budget growth can only be 5.75%. Yesterday, I was asked the question, does the RAISE Act money include in that growth? And the answer is no. The budget can grow 6% this year. On top of that, we're adding RAISE Act funds. Next year, the budget will grow a maximum 5.75%. We can add RAISE Act funds on top of that. Under this budget, the first-class pre-K program will receive $213 million, which is an increase of $12.4 million from this past year. This would allow 46% of eligible 4-year-olds to participate statewide. The current grant structure that we have of the $12.5 million increase, 9.5 of that is under the grant program that will assist with tuition in cases, and also will allow for the creation of 30 more pre-K classrooms. The K-12 schools in this budget will receive an additional $250 million. The bulk of that, much of that will be going to the increase in the foundation program, $72 million for other current expenses, additional $40 million to cover TRS rate increases, $99 million to cover the PHIP increases from $800 to $900 per employee. We're increasing transportation fund by about $40 million. We're increasing our investment in career tech operations and maintenance. We're also ensuring that there's reading coaches in every school, technology coordinators in every system, mental health coordinators in every system, nurses in every system. And so that's the highlights of the K-12. In higher education, their increase of $2.4 billion, $146 million of increase will go to the, that's the increase. The increase from last year is $146 million to $2.4 billion. Community colleges will receive $35 million of that increase. The rest of that, $106 million, will go to the 4-year colleges and universities. Number of workforce development initiatives, career trek opportunities, mental health funding in the bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, representing England.
Thank you for recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to commend you on your work. Obviously, this is, you know, when you got a lot of money and a lot of problems, a lot of things, a lot of need, it's really hard to determine priorities and to do the best you can to distribute that money. And it's got to be a hard, difficult job. And I just wanted to put something else on your radar, something that I've been talking about a lot. My local delegation members are probably rolling their eyes right now. But I think it's a growing problem that will hit a crisis at some point in the near future if we don't deal with it, and that's the issue of the simplified seller use tax. And not necessarily on the statewide level as the general education trust fund budget, but as more people shop online, that means less money is going to education. As it stands right now, if you purchase something online and have it delivered to your house, statewide, 75% of that money goes to the general fund and 25% of it goes to the education trust fund. But on the other hand, locally, the other half of that money is split and distributed by population, which means that the money that would normally go to your local school board, if you purchase something online, now goes to the state and distributed by population to cities and counties. So what that means is if you're in a county like Tuscaloosa County, that is only at 10 mills, and there are other counties in the state that are at the bare minimum. Every time somebody shops online and has something delivered to their house, the money that used to go to that school board no longer does. And unless you are one of the few counties in the state of Alabama that has cut a deal where the county commission is giving a percentage of the SSUT collected back to the school board, then you're not getting any of that money. And, you know, I've introduced legislation in the past, and we've talked about it too, that would increase the SSUT to the average across the state, about 9.25%, and to take that additional 1.25 and distribute it to school systems on a per pupil basis. Because the school systems, the local school boards need money for local costs. Not every dollar that you expend out of the budget goes to the city or county school system, is expended on everything that they need. So like if you live in a county that's got a big city with its own school system, and you have a county school system that's only working off of millage rate, the disparity between the city school kids and the county school kids is often extremely wide. Meaning a kid that lives a mile apart from each other could be offered a completely different set of resources and opportunities, whether that be fine arts, foreign languages, and it depends on where you are. And the SSUT fund, the Simplified Salary Use Tax Fund, it's never going down. It's going to continue to increase. Because it's not necessarily because you're saving money, because you're not. Because some of the fees that you spend to get that delivered to you eat up the difference between the 10% you may pay and the 8% you pay online. It's the convenience. The convenience of it all means that more people will shop online, which means locally less money will go to your school board. So several things I will propose to deal with that, but the first and the most obvious thing is go to your brick and mortars. Every time you shop in a grocery store locally, every time you go to a local mom and pop, every time you shop at a local store, the tax dollars you spend there go to education. If you order that same thing online, you send half of that money to the state of Alabama, who always gets their cut, and then the rest of it goes to places that didn't have anything to do with the sale itself. So I implore you, shop locally when you can, because that's how you support local education. But the other thing is, I think as a body, we need to explore maybe legislation in the future with our budget that will give or help create schemes for arrangements between county commissions and city councils with local school boards that will help give a percentage of that money to that local school board. And I'll just use Tuscaloosa County as an example. When we first passed the Simplified Salary Use Tax several years ago, they were getting $100,000 or $200,000 a year. Now it's $8 million. And I guarantee you, if you go check your local county school board or your county budget, you'll see that the SSUT has grown exponentially since we passed it. Because again, more people are shopping online. Well, if you got a low millage rate, and you know, putting a referendum on the ballot it's not a good idea. It's not a successful thing. In Tuscaloosa County, when the last referendum we had, it was defeated in our county schools, our county, 4-1. So there's no tax increase coming. So you're going to have to figure out a better way to use what you already have. So county commissions, city councils, they need to start having these conversations, because as the number of people shop online goes up, the amount of money that goes to your school board is going to go down. So as a legislature, we may need to come up with a bill that will devise a formula for those counties that don't already have one. You grandfather yourself in if you created an agreement, but if you don't have one, we create a bill or a law that says by a certain date, either you do one or we'll create one for you. And hopefully that'll provide the incentive for folks to start coming together creating these agreements so they can figure out what's best for them. And again, I understand, I mean, counties have needs. And this sort of windfall that was created by the SSUT of unanticipated resources obviously created the same budget that follows it. If you give money, we're going to figure out a way to spend it. You know, as you know, every time you go up, more people come.
Right.
But at the same time, if we're all pulling this together, which means all county officials, all city councilmen, county school boards, city school boards, legislators, or whatever, it's in all of our best interests to make sure that the money that's spent locally actually goes to fund and support education. And, you know, I could come up here and I'm not going to try to go at anybody or anything like that. Just want to also remind the legislature that tax dollars, we are the appropriators. So with every dollar that's collected, we get the responsibility and the opportunity to appropriate that money. We can also determine who gets it and who doesn't. We can also define when tax dollars are collected, where they're supposed to go and where they're not supposed to go. So that means that while a taxpayer may determine for themselves that they may be an SSUT transaction, that may be it may not actually be. That blue Kroger truck that you see that's going all over the state of Alabama delivering groceries, if they've got an actual physical location in the state of Alabama, then they're not a marketplace facilitator, in my opinion, and they shouldn't be collecting SSUT. They should be collecting local sales tax wherever that transaction occurs. Some people call that destination sourcing. I call that, what we normally do is when you buy something, you pay the taxes of where you purchased it or where it's delivered. But those organizations, those businesses that are in Alabama that have a substantial nexus in a physical location within the state are not SSUT transactions. DoorDash is not a marketplace facilitator, so they shouldn't be taking SSUT and things like that. So I believe our Department of Revenue at one point has determined and created space for these things to happen, and it appears to be an attempt to kind of prop up our general fund budget, but when you do that, you're sacrificing education locally in the process. So again, we need to come up with a better answer for SSUT. We also need to make sure that people who are not marketplace facilitators, who have physical locations in Alabama, are not treating those transactions that way, because when you do, you are absolutely robbing local school boards of desperate needed money to fund local education needs.
Gentleman's time has
Again, I
expired.
hope we can work on that in the future.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Great insight. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Two things I want to ask about. With the pre-K programs, you're starting 30 more. Now, in this process, is this ensuring that all of our school districts have pre-K programs? I know a couple years ago, the governor allocated monies in those areas that did not have pre-K program. So is this an attempt to ensure that we eventually get pre-K programs in all of our school districts?
Yeah, we're not there yet. That's our desire. In fact, we've had discussions about not just continuing to expand in places where we have pre-K.
Right.
We need to go to those other areas. That's some of the places that are hard to staff and hard to do. It's a tough slug, but that's certainly our intent, and that's what we're trying to do to further along, focusing on those areas that don't have first-class pre-K.
Okay, and are we making sure we keep a tab of that? Because at one point we had quite a few school districts, as we passed bills on reading programs, that did not have a K-4 or a K-5 class to get those students started. And I think we had a bill, if you're not ready for the first grade, Well, those children were going to be penalized anyway because they didn't have a K-4 or K-5 class to get started in the first place.
That's certainly our focus. We're trying to address that.
So the other thing I have is a piggyback on what Representative England was talking about. In a way, I understand with most big box companies like Target, Walmart, Sam's Club, where they're going to require people to pay for their products by phone. My question is, when they pay for those products by phone, do that money go directly to their home store to be deposited? And is there a possibility that they'll get around paying local tax? Have we looked into that since they are coming up? And I think that's one of the things, especially for Sam's Club, when you go in, they're getting rid of all of their cash registers. But I know that all of these stores have met together on how when you come into their stores now, you'll have to use your cell phone to purchase the products you got. And I question if those dollars, is it also an attempt, or it could be an unintended consequence that when they do that, they bypass paying those sales tax in those cities and states that they operate in, because it's such a new concept that we need to look at it to determine if there's an impact on those sales tax that we need to come to our education trust fund, because this is the way that they'll be doing, and in some cases they've already started. But as those major companies met together this week to lay out how that's going to happen in their stores starting this year going into the future, we need to also look at it to see, with that plan of action, where in that loop do they drop our sales taxes to us?
You know, whoever they is.
And I can tell you, Walmart.
Whoever they is, they're making it hard to be a boomer these days, aren't they?
Yeah, I can tell you, it was Walmart, Target, Sam's Club, all the big stores that met this week to start laying out that plan. And it just hit my mind, well, if they doing that, I don't know where those monies are going.
Good question.
If they bypass the state and going directly to their home office, wherever they deposited money, is it an attempt or just something they hadn't thought of, that we make sure that we get our appropriate tax dollars from those sales? And it's something that we need to start looking at now, since we're a ground zero for them starting to do that.
Hopefully our Department of Revenue is listening to your comments.
I hope they are, because, you know, like I said, I think they just met this week, but I already had heard that they were going to meet. And that's going to be the new way, that you won't be using credit cards, you won't be using cash, you'll only use your cell phone to do your shopping.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell. While he's making his way down here, I'd like to recognize the Coleman Electric Leadership Academy, guest of Representative Tim Wadsworth. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman, yeah. Okay. I was just listening to Representative Moore, and it did make me think about it. You know, as we changed that sales tax, we cut out a lot of the local sales tax by what you can do online, because we reduce the tax really that is out there. And I'm asking this: are we actually cutting off our nose, you know, by the things that, some of the things that we are doing? Because if you make it to the point where companies can pay a lower tax rate, then in our schools and our city and our state is suffering. I think we need to maybe reevaluate that. That's you know, I guess the revenue department needs to look at that as well as some other people. We need to look at it as a legislature because sure, we want to inspire businesses to come in, but I did have this to happen the other night because I asked a guy. I ordered a pizza, and normally I pay cash for my pizza. But now the companies are requiring you to pay for it by credit card over the phone before you even go pick it up. And I think that you can't even go in the store now and order a pizza right there in the store where I know the tax dollars will stay in the state, will stay right there in the city. So I think we Mr. Speaker, I do think we need to take a look at this because it can get out of hand and we can...
Yeah, I do believe we're capturing those dollars, but that's something we should verify and explore and make sure that we're prepared for these changes. Certainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The substitute has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
That is question is final passage of SB 112. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. I have an amendment. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Yeah.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 112 by Representative Garrett.
Chairman Garrett.
Yes, these are language amendments, and I'm sorry I neglected. One is on page 41, replace line 973. And this is a requirement that requires that if we have vendors that are making, fulfilling RFP requests for the Literacy Act and Numeracy Act, they need to be provided feedback as to why they didn't measure up. At this point, right now, there's no system in place, so if somebody applies and is not awarded, that's fine, but they need to know where they are, why they were denied, so that maybe they can make changes. So we don't want to limit ourselves on a number of vendors. That's one amendment. That's one change. Then on page 84, replace lines 2200 and 2201 with the following. The above appropriation shall be used for regional STEM hub grants and shall be in collaboration with the State Department of Education. This had to do with a reclassification from the STEM Council to a specific program in the budget. We just wanted to make sure that that was in collaboration with the Department of Ed on the STEM hub grants. Just wording clarification change.
Yeah, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the floor amendment. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the floor amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the gentleman yield.
Yes.
So the vendor's evaluation. So you're talking about the bid, after the bid process?
Yeah,
they are not chosen.
So what happened a few years ago, we kind of changed some of the literacy task force to provide some additional accountability and whatnot, because basically the task force had approved basically one vendor, or one or two vendors, as being the only vendor that could apply. Obviously, as a state institution, we want to make sure that we don't have a good old boy network type thing. So what this is, this transparency that would say if you're in a vendor and you apply and you're denied for the Numeracy Act or Literacy Act, that you're given the reasons why.
Okay.
Because if they want to apply next year, maybe they could have made a modification. We just want to make sure that we have transparency in how we award these bids.
So this reminded me, recently we did something on security for the school systems, and it pretty much seemed that it was narrowed down to one vendor. That was a concern of a number of people.
Right.
And was this the same situation
It's the
here?
same type thing, is that we want to make sure that the Numeracy Task Force, Literacy Task Force, we want to make sure that they're not approving vendors for legitimate reasons. We have no reason to think they wouldn't, but it's just a good policy to say that if you're denied, here's the reasons that you didn't check the list. So
That was a
I think that's a
concern.
good.
I think I see this as a good amendment
Yeah.
compared to what I saw that we did with the security, where we were,
Vendor specific, maybe, or whatever. Yeah.
we made it so specific that systems already had an alarm system or security in. It was as if they would have had to change it. So I think it's a good one, and I hope that we're using this same process through all of those different.
I think it's a
groups
good
as we-
policy, actually.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there was one other. The regional STEM HUD grants. Is this different than the in-service? Are you
So
doing
this-
something different than the in-service?
No, this is different. The STEM Council had some money. You know, part of our ACES evaluation, this evaluation of services group that we have, was able to identify in our budget several places we've appropriated money to where they've got money they haven't yet spent. So they didn't really need an additional appropriation. We reclassified $2 million from the STEM Council to another STEM program in the Department of Education. And this language just basically clarifies that we want this appropriation, we want it to be under the collaboration of the Department of Education and continue to have the Honor the STEM Hub grant program we have in place. So
that takes me back. When I came into the legislature a few years back, we had at each school that did not have a strong a band, that was supposed to be one for biology, physics, etc. And I can't find any place where we fully funded that particular part of the grant. And here it sounds like we have.
we're trying to make sure that the language matches up to the way we fund. So that's what we're doing here.
So I'm saying, does this in any way include you? Do you know which program I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
It was an in-service at each university or school system where they were limited in their science classes. There was a band that could go out to the schools and do science.
Yeah, this is not that, but this is basically with respect to the STEM Hub grant. So anything under that, this is just language that matches the way we fund that.
Now, so that triggered me to think, why wouldn't those bands or those areas that have not fully funded that particular program, why wouldn't they be a part of that activity? It seems like we keep adding new things. We're trying to meet the needs and the demands, but it seems like we add something else as opposed to going back and making sure what we have, that we are.
Well, that's what Evaluation Services Group is helping us do. They identified quite a few areas in the budget that opened our eyes to some things and affected how we're appropriating. So that's a group we're going to continue to rely on for issues just as you described.
So they've looked at the program that I'm referring to?
Not necessarily that program, but they've looked at other programs. They're working their way through. We started this group in 2019, and they are.
It's 5 years.
Yeah, so they're working their way through and making recommendations and giving us clarity. That's one thing. If somebody's listening, let's put that on the list.
But it would make sense to me before we would have this program. I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah.
Science is my background, so I'm not opposed to it. But I'm saying I would like to see us make sure that we've taken care of what we have already and enhance it as we go forward. So if you would look at that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Speaker, move for final passage.
At his questions, final passage of SB 112. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 112 has passed as substituted and amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Congratulations. Great job.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, personal privilege.
You're recognized.
I'd like to recognize the members of our Ways and Means Committee If everybody can sit down but them, I want them to stand. Who's here? Representative Keel, our vice chair, is left, but I see Representative Almond, Representative Colvin, Representative Baker, Representative Collins is somewhere, Representative Wood back there, Representative Faulkner, Representative Lovern, Representative Stubbs, Chestnut, Representative Lawrence, Representative Drummond is not here, Representative Daniels, if I left anybody out? Representative Ellis, where's Corley? Corley, I can't see. Is he behind the post over there? Okay, Corley's gone too. There he is, there he is. But I do appreciate their work. They work very, very hard, work together, and they're very valuable, and they represent all of you in what they do as on the committee. So thank you for your support, guys.
Outstanding job. Chairman Garrett, before you leave, I think there's somebody in the gallery you didn't recognize. He would
Oh
be
my
yet to your-
word, oh my word. My wife, Carol, yes, she's here. Yes, thank you.
Let me say a great job, Mr. Chairman, and for the whole committee, not only that, but for the whole body. I mean, the input today and the conversation's been great, and I think that's the way it should work. So thank you for your work. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 150 by Senator Bell relating to Talladega College.
Recognizes Chairman Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 150, as passed the Senate, would appropriate $1,326,157 from the Educational Trust Fund budget, and it would go to Talladega College for the fiscal year 2026. Reason I'm bringing this bill, Mr. Speaker, is Representative Boyd has been out all week. She hadn't felt well, and she asked me if I would carry it. And she's always adamantly on this Talladega College. She does an outstanding job, and it's well deserved too, because we're just very fortunate to have her looking after Talladega College. And if there's not any questions, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
How much is that line item for Talladega? First of all, thank you for bringing the bill double way. How much is the line item for Talladega?
$1,326,157.
And what was, do you know what the appropriation from last year was?
No, I don't.
Oh. You got some hand sanitizer. His saliva was on the thing. Jesus Christ. See, I forgot he had been talking into the mic. And all of that saliva was on here. Okay. Yeah, okay. You said it was what? I'm sorry, Randy. I'm sorry, Representative Woods. What was it? How much was it, sir?
This time?
This last time, I can't remember.
I don't know what it was.
I didn't look at the
I
line.
don't remember either.
Yeah, and the only reason
It wasn't quite this much, but it was close.
that's what I thought. Listen, I'm thankful for the additional because Talladega College is just one step from closing.
Definitely deserving of it.
And I thank God that it is a somewhat sub-governmental, state-funded school already. And I hope whatever we can do next year, and I know Dr. Boyd does a yeoman's job of trying to take care of them down there. I think they were able to get some help federally. But I'm just hoping next year as you all move about, again, I don't ask y'all for nothing down here, but I just hope that if, whatever we can do next year, I would not want to see certainly another school college or institution for higher learning closed, and certainly not a school that is an HBCU. Now, I do know over the years, I know Trump was I think they played at his first inauguration, and I think he had been somewhat of a supporter, and I know y'all are tied to a lot of that platform. And, I'm just saying this for public consumption, so whatever can be done, maybe the next go round to ensure that this school stays open, that I certainly hope that that would be the case, and especially for that area. So I appreciate you bringing this on behalf of Dr. Boyd. And again, I just wanted to stand and make sure that I stated that for the record. Because again, I think that I've read maybe a couple of weeks ago they got a little help. I don't know how much more help, will come. And that is such a storied institution. And I certainly hope that whatever can happen, whether it be next year or this year, and I don't know if young Boozer is listening, Mr. Boozer, if we know we can reinstate that. I don't think we ever killed the distressed college bill. I just know we never did fund initially the money for Birmingham Southern, and I know that bill is still law. So maybe because it is a state sub-entity of the state, that we would look at, if possible, their needs for a loan or whatever. And Mr. Boozer has been such a good person to work with relative to these issues, and I think that this would be one that he can help, if there's a need out there. But I appreciate it.
And we're very fortunate that Representative Boyd, her whole heart and everything is in this school.
Yeah.
And she really takes it personal, and she should, because
Oh, yes, absolutely. I agree with you. Like I said, I have no problems with it. I know there was some chatter a few years ago when they went to the inauguration. I didn't see anything wrong with it. But, at the end of the day, it is what it is. We have bigger issues to fry, and when it comes to trying to save our institutions of higher learning, I just want us to always, or whomever, should keep that in mind. So again, I know y'all got a little power with the Trump administration, and I know he was supposed to be doing something at the University of Alabama. I ain't had no problem with that either. At the end of the day, hey, I believe in free speech, and I believe in the right of students to protest. So if he wanna come and they wanna protest, then let them protest. But at the end of the day, regardless of what the electoral process spoke in November, and so I'm, one way or the other. So, but I just wanted to make sure I stated that for the record, and I know young Boozer is listening, and since we did not dismantle that bill, if there should get to be a point where they cannot make it, that I would hope that somebody here, you, Dr. Boyd, or somebody on you all side would at least say that we do have an instrument or an arm of the state to help that state institute, that school from closing, if that should be the case within the next year. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks, lady. Question for the body now is the passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman
Speaker,
Wood.
I move for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 150. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nay. SB 150 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 109 by Senator Beasley relating to Tuskegee University.
Representative Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to express our appreciation for working in cooperation with Representative Gary and the Educational Committee. We're very fortunate and very blessed that this bill makes an appropriation of $15,816,579 from the Educational Trust Fund to Tuskegee University in Tuskegee, Alabama, for the support and maintenance of the educational programs of the institution for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the approval of the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Warren.
If there are no questions, I ask for final approval.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 109. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 109 has passed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 63 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 122 by Senator Hovey relating to Southern Preparatory Academy.
Chairman Oliver, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 122 is passed would appropriate $450,000 from the Education Trust Fund to Southern Preparatory Academy for the next fiscal year. Originally named Lyman Ward, Lyman Ward founded the Industrial Institute in 1898. He traveled with Booker T. Washington to raise funds for this institution. And in 1901, the Alabama legislature granted the institution a charter. The purpose of the school was to create a secondary education for those with the ability to learn, the willingness to work, and in turn to better themselves. That's still the mission today. On behalf of Colonel Ransby, the president, and Southern Prep, I'd ask the BR.
Add his questions. Adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Can we vote on the bill?
As questions, final passage, SB 122. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 122 has passed.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, House Bill number 379 with substitute by Representative Garrett relating to the income tax.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Speaker, thank you. There is a substitute in this bill. I'll explain the whole bill. This is a bill that basically would allow people who work in Alabama 24 days or less to be exempt from Alabama income tax. Right now, if you're a remote worker and you come into the state and you work for 1 hour, technically you're subject to Alabama income tax. Department of Revenue doesn't really necessarily enforce a lot of these situations, but like if you can imagine a person who attends a conference and is working, technically that work is subject to Alabama income tax. It becomes kind of tricky when you have employers in other states who follow the letter of the law and they tell their employees, if you go to Alabama, you cannot work because we will not do the withholding, all the compliance stuff. So what this does is conform to basically the what is known as the COST model. It's the Council on State Taxation Models, which is the AICPA and Mobile Workforce Act. And what this would do would be that if you work in Alabama 24 days or less in a year, and if you but you live in another state, you work in another state, and the other state provides a similar exclusion or no income tax, then you're not subject to Alabama tax until you close that threshold. This does not cover employment for athletes, entertainers, or public figures. They can hire accountants and CPAs who in every state, their income is taxed. So this would exclude those normal workers. It also would clarify that people who are in Alabama working on disaster relief. Right now in Alabama, if you come into the state, technically any compensation you receive from your employer out of state, if you're doing disaster relief, is subject to Alabama income tax. So that's the bill. There is one amendment to clarify that last provision about the disaster relief. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
I think it was another bill that may have been dealing with the overtime. Tell me what this bill is. All of this stuff is running together.
Yeah, if you live in another state and you come into Alabama and you're in a calendar year, you work 24 days or less in Alabama, we're not going to tax your income in Alabama. Technically, any work you do for your employer, if you're in Alabama right now, you owe Alabama income tax.
Okay, you did just help me on something because I was about to send Parker Harris an email, and when you said that, it triggered what it was, and I was been like standing there trying to figure out. I lost my train of thought. Okay, so but how did you get to the 24 days?
That's what the cost model, which is a CPA model, has done. Some do 30 days. We're doing a 24-day exclusion. Georgia has an exclusion 24 days every quarter. Most states who have these exclusions have them for 24 days or 30 days. That's just kind of the standard protocol. There are other issues on this remote worker topic we need to look at maybe next session, but this is just the initial step to say we're going to acknowledge that. For example, if you live in another state and you come to Alabama to maybe look after your elderly parents who are going through a situation, there are employers who will not let you work while you're in Alabama because they don't want to have to do all the withholding and the paperwork required, even though you're only there for a week.
So what if you're here? So if you're saying if they're here visiting, that there are employers that can choose not to pay you. So, but even if you're here on your leave time,
There are employers who say if you go to Alabama,
I never heard of that.
you cannot work. We're not going to authorize your work. We're not going to reimburse it because you're in a state that you're subject to the Alabama tax if you're there. So it's
I never knew that. I just thought if
this
your
remote
leave-
worker thing is something we got to talk more about.
What states are those? Because I like to research when you all bring me stuff. I'm not here to just, you and I had our little rumble and tumble in the jungle earlier today, but I do, when I'm asking questions, I do want the correct information because I like to share this information when folks call or message to question. What states are those?
Well, there's a number of states. I don't have a list here, but like, for example, Georgia will allow you to work 24 days in a quarter if you're out of state.
If
not
you're
be
out of
subject to tax.
state.
And I will say this too, the Department of Revenue has blessed this bill. They worked with us to file this bill, so
I don't
appreciate
have
their
a
help
problem
on
with
that.
the bill at
There are some
all.
states that don't have income tax, so
Yeah, I
it's
know,
not an
yeah.
issue. But there are states around the country that are adopting this, what they call the cost model, which the CPAs have endorsed. And it's just a compliance, it's just it's a common sense type thing, to be honest.
Okay, and so, but again, your bill does what? So they
It just
give
says
the allowance for the.
if you live in another state, you come to Alabama and you work less than 24 days or less, you don't have any tax obligation in Alabama.
But if you're 24 and above, you do.
Then you would, yeah.
So
Now, the
how
question,
would you know
well,
if they
okay,
done that,
well, that's a
Danny?
good question. Does revenue
I always
track
have
that?
good questions.
Well, some employers report that. That's what I'm saying. You got
Oh,
some.
I got it. Okay, now, okay. Yeah, because that's the thing that's why I was asking you. So how will you know?
And this bill would require, if you have a time and attendance system, the employers will use that to track this. But it also would allow an employer to say, I don't have a time and attendance system. I'm going to take the employee's word. So if you go to Alabama,
I got
you
it.
can turn in your records and get reimbursed. It just makes it easier for that and doesn't make this an issue if you're remote to come to Alabama to work.
Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks, lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
I'd like to adopt the sub that contains everything I just said, but I will have an amendment in a minute. But the sub that I talked about is what I've explained.
Okay. You've heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Sub has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 379 by Representative Garrett.
Chairman Garrett, explain your amendment, please.
So this is an amendment that just clarifies the disaster relief. What I mentioned is if you're out-of-state worker coming into the state under a certified national disaster, tornado relief, hurricane relief, whatnot, this would say that you don't. The substitute bill said you are not liable for Alabama income tax during that time you're here. This just clarifies that you're already excluded under some federal provisions. It just clarifies the fact that this is not in addition to that. So, for example, I'll just read it. Notwithstanding any provision of this section to the contrary, there shall be no withholding or remittance obligation, and the compensation shall be exempt from state and local taxes. In another section, it says, emergency-related work in response to a declaration by the President of the United States or the governor of this state to be an emergency. The provisions of this section are supplemental to the exemptions and related provisions of Section 4031.3 and should not be construed to narrow the provisions of that section. So whatever provisions are already out there, this doesn't narrow it. This is supplemental to that. That's all it does. It's clarification.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Move for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 379. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 379 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, and special thanks to the Department of Revenue.
Thank the Chairman. Ms. Clerk, let's pull up House Bill 128 out of the basket, please. Wait a minute, before we do that, I got a moment of personal privilege for Judge Hill. Judge Hill?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, years ago, Alan and I noticed that we both wore light blue jackets from time to time. And so every year we started sort of everybody wearing a light blue jacket. Now, next Thursday, 1 week from today, not 2 weeks from today, but 1 week from today, and not today. So if you'll take today and 2 weeks from today and average it, you'll get next Thursday. Next Thursday, Alan, stand up. How about wear a light blue jacket if you got one, just for the fun of it? Thank you all.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Mr. Clerk, let's call up HB 128 out of the basket.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has adopted the following House Joint Resolution and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 128 relating to the Alabama Sunset Law.
Representative Rafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this little amendment does is it allows a nurse anesthetist appointment for the Board of Nursing to be an at-large appointment. That is all the amendment does, and I move to concur.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. He is willing to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been concurred. Thank the gentleman.
Thank you.
Okay, let's pull up 123 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended and is therein shown, and as amended has adopted the following House Joint Resolution and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 123 relating to the Alabama Sunset Law.
Representative Underwood.
We would like to non-concur and request conference on this, please.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's request is to non-concur. Go to conference. I'd like to appoint Chairman Wilcox, Representative Underwood, and Representative Lawrence to that committee. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, my fault. Come back up. We got to take a vote on that.
Yes, sir.
All in favor will vote aye. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 99 ayes, 0 nays. Non-concurrence has been.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let's look at HB 191, Mr. Clerk.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended and is therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House Bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 191 regarding sales and use taxes.
Chairman Baker, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill regarding local governments, your counties, your municipal governments, in regards to tax exemptions. And with this, there was a friendly amendment tacked on in the Senate. This was something that was requested by Road Builders Association in regards to the making of their, or letting of the bid process. And so that tax exemptions would continue as they are now as they submit their bids. And so that's what this amendment does. I move to concur.
Representative? Okay. We've heard the gentleman's request as a move to concur. Clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Concurrence has passed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, members of the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, Mr. Clerk, let's call up HB 250, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returns same with here to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 250 relating to candidates.
Representative Underwood, you're
We
recognized.
concur.
Okay, is concur to what?
I'm sorry. I'm not really sure what to do. I apologize. Oh, I'm sorry, the change on 250. I got it. On this was related to filings of candidates, and what we added is we had left off municipalities when we passed it in the House, and they simply added a due date for municipalities on the filing. So I apologize, Mr. Speaker.
That's fine. You've heard the gentleman's explanation for the amendment to concur on. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The bill has been concurred.
Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you,
buddy.
gentlemen. Okay, Mr. Clerk, let's call up HB 200.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended and therein shown, and as amended, has passed the following House bill and returns same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 200 relating to the Alabama Business Corporation Law.
Reverend Alman, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. This amendment changes the definition of derivative action back to the definition we have right now. So, and I move to concur.
Okay, you've heard the lady's explanation of the amendment. She moves to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The concurrence has passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, let's call up House Bill 456 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returns same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 456 relating to Clark County.
Representative Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to concur. What happened in this local legislation, the county commission had put 25% fee on the courts, and the amendment that we put on the Senate was a reasonable amount, taking it from 25% to a reasonable amount, which would be much less. I would like to concur.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. He wishes to concur. Yes. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Less than 25.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 83 ayes, 0 nays. The concurrence.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one, Mr. Clerk, is HB 258.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will move to concur. This is House Bill 258, where we were changing the election date. This is important because y'all will probably get some questions on this. When we passed it out of the House, we had moved it from the fourth Tuesday to the second Tuesday. The Senate did an amendment that moved it to the Tuesday before Memorial Day. And I concur with that. Also, remember that the presidential primary has not been touched. This is just on non-presidential elections. The presidential election will still be on Super Tuesday, which is the first Tuesday of March. So we're in line with everything else. Original bill changed one word in it, and they added a few words to move to the, yes. Okay.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dale, Representative Klaus.
Yeah, the Tuesday before Memorial Day.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Speaker. That, explain that again, because we talked about this when you
Yeah.
brought it to.
It is currently, it's going to be the day after Memorial Day, which
Right.
were unintended consequences. And I got a call from the registrar in
Right.
Jefferson County, and then I called Sonny at County Commission, and he was like, gosh, we got to change that. Nobody had noticed that. So then I called Secretary of State, and they were in total agreement. So I passed a bill that moved it to the second Tuesday. It went to the Senate. The Senate did an amendment to move it to the Tuesday before Memorial Day,
So
which
instead
would
of
be
now the
roughly,
second, you're talking about the third Tuesday.
yeah, it'd be roughly the third, yes, or whatever the
So
Tuesday
it's,
comes,
instead of next year, instead of the primaries being on
the fourth Tuesday.
May the 12th, that'd be on May the 19th.
Yes, that's true.
And the runoffs then will still be 4 weeks after May the 19th.
Correct. Nothing else was changed. Nothing was changed in the whole bill, the old statute, except for this. So everything else stays the same.
Stays the same, except now, instead of people who are going to run next year, instead of starting to raise money on May the 26th, they can start raising on May the 19th.
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you, Speaker.
I didn't want to mention that. I didn't want to be carried out on everybody's shoulders.
We like the 12th better, if that's the case, right? Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson. You good? Okay. All right, very good. All right, so you've heard the request. The gentleman would request to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Somebody get that quote, please.
Clerk will lock the machine. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 258 has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.